Honorable Premier.
Just for pages?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, that the following students be appointed as pages for this, the second session of the 66th General Assembly of the Province of Prince Edward Island. Kelly Tuttle, Bluefield High School. Rebecca Collins, Charlottetown Rural High School. Sophie Linton, Colonel Gray High School. Alizé Cyr Comeau, École François Biot. Bjorn Schmidt, Kensington Intermediate Senior High School. Matthew Murphy, Kincora Regional High School. Leo Zank, Montague Regional High School. Caleb Jones, Morel Regional High School. Dylan Evans, Three Oaks Senior High School.
Shall it carry?
Carried.
Matters of privilege and recognition of guests. I'll do it after. The Honourable Premier.
Okay. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's a privilege to rise here today and welcome back all of my colleagues for the first sitting of the fall session of the legislature. A lot has happened over the summer, and I'm sure we'll have a lot of catching up to do in here, and I certainly look forward to that opportunity, as well as working together with all of the members of this legislature to do good things for Islanders, Mr. Speaker, which we all know is it's our privilege to serve, and we take that responsibility very seriously. I was encouraged, and it was very uplifting to read the story this morning of Dua Hindawi, Mr. Speaker, originally from Jordan, who chose PEI as her home and saw a need within the community to help New Islanders get established, and found a career in the real estate business, Mr. Speaker, as an agent with Royal LePage in Charlottetown. And as Premier, I'm always grateful when individuals choose Prince Edward Island for their home. And it was an uplifting story to read, and it just shows that what a great destination we are for individuals from all over the world. And I look forward to Dua's continued contribution to this province, her home province, for years to come, Mr. Speaker. I also, Mr. Speaker, had the opportunity yesterday to meet with the federal members of Parliament, not the new member, the new member from Malpeque had got the days crossed up, Mr. Speaker, but he will come into my office in the days ahead to meet to discuss the priorities of Islanders, Mr. Speaker. It was great to welcome them into my office. I believe we've developed a good working relationship with the federal government, Mr. Speaker. I have a good working relationship, and our government has a good working relationship with the members of Parliament, new and those who are there previous. And I think we have a good relationship with the Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, and we look to utilize those relationships to get good things done for Prince Edward Islanders, Mr. Speaker. And just finally, I know you'll touch on this, Mr. Speaker, but this portrait that hangs in here today of the famous five, Mr. Speaker, was a moving ceremony here this morning. And I just wanted to say that many years ago, I was on the edges of politics as a news reporter while this was going on, Mr. Speaker. We had Marion Reid as the Lieutenant Governor, Catherine Colbeck as the Premier, Pat Mella as the Leader of the Opposition, the late Nancy Guptill, Mr. Speaker, as Speaker of the Legislature, and Libby Ubley as the Deputy Speaker. And it was amazing to sit on the periphery and watch that happen, Mr. Speaker. And it's very fitting that that portrait hangs in here today. And the Minister of Education and Early Learning and the Minister responsible for Status of Women touched on it this morning, or this afternoon, in her remarks very briefly. But one day in here, we were chatting, and she mentioned that there were only men in this legislature, Mr. Speaker, and she said we should change that, and I'm glad that that process has started. But I'd like this for only to be the beginning, to be honest. I think in history, we have tended to celebrate maybe more the individual, Mr. Speaker, than what those collective group of individuals have accomplished in here. And one of the statements that came from the Charlottetown Conference, and by its extension Confederation, is that they build it better than they knew. And I think that we should continue to focus on what exactly they built, to celebrate what they have built, and to make sure those faces are represented in here as well. So I really hope this is just the start, and it's a very, very fitting tribute today. And I look forward to having a good discourse in their honor, Mr. Speaker, and all of those who come before us, and hopefully inspire all of those who will come after us. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is, as the Premier said, a privilege and a pleasure to rise again in the House after another glorious summer here on the island, a place we're all blessed to live. And, I mean, there's 1,000 things one could talk about that have gone on since we last met in this House. But there are a few new things, and the Premier finished off by mentioning the portrait, the picture there of the famous five, and there was a lovely ceremony here in this chamber earlier today, and it was lovely to see all the members here, and also very lovely to see finally pictures of women in this chamber on the walls. And I know there are many people who are responsible for this. Thank you to the Minister responsible for the status of women and yourself, Speaker, the women in my own caucus, and I also a man who brought this to my attention several years ago, Peter Ruckavina, who was in here, I think, as a stranger on the floor for a bill, and was struck by the absence of women's pictures here and also in the hall outside. So it's a lovely thing to see, and it's a really lovely new thing to have in our legislature. I also want to welcome the new pages. We have two of them sitting here in the room with us, and a number of others who were sworn in earlier this afternoon. It's always nice to welcome new pages, and I hope you have a wonderful session here, and I hope you learn a lot, both good and the bad, of what goes on in this legislature. You have a great seat there, and I know a number of people who have filled your shoes and been pages in this House who've gone on to very illustrious careers in politics and elsewhere. So I wish you well, and I'm glad to see you here today. A few things in my own district I do want to mention very quickly. Last Wednesday, the rural municipality of West River had its first public meeting in the development of its official plan and bylaws, and there was a great group of people out there. There were almost 100 people in the hall in Afton Hall, and it gave residents an opportunity to have really significant input in what they want their new municipality to look like in the years ahead. And I want to give special thanks to Lala Yahanshalu, who is the new CAO of that municipality, and she's doing a fantastic job, a relative newcomer to this island, and I really appreciate the work that she's doing with that municipality. And also the professional planners who were involved in the early stages of this official plan. That would be Samantha Murphy and Tracy Wade, and the wonderful Mitch Underhay, who was the sort of the person who guided that meeting along and did a brilliant job. Another thing in my district, and this is of course all over the island, is signs popping up for the island walk. There are a couple on my road, the Sandy Point Road. There's a couple of signs there guiding walkers who are here for this new trail, which is a 700-kilometre trail throughout Prince Edward Island, a lot of it along the coast, but it's a really spectacular thing, and it's already brought a number of new tourists here to our island. Of course, this is not an easy time for tourists to come, and I expect in years to come that we will see even greater numbers. But I want to give a special shout out to Bryson Guptill, who was the real mastermind behind this, and also the Island Trails Association, who have done so much work, and also government for supporting and having those signs put up across our island. It's a really beautiful thing, and it's a great initiative, and congratulations to all for getting that on the go. And finally, to all the farmers in District 17 and beyond, I mean, this has been a spectacular growing season for them. And as I drive to work here and around my district and across the island, I see so many fields where there's fantastic crops coming out of, and it's been a few years since we've been able to stand up in this legislature and say that. So good on the farmers of Prince Edward Island for making it through some very rough years, and for bringing forward and harvesting what looks like a fantastic crop this year. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the Premier and the Leader of the Opposition mentioned, it certainly is a privilege to be back here today, and I want to welcome all our colleagues back and welcome the new pages. And as the Minister of Opposition has indicated, like, a lot of pages have moved on to greater and better things as a result of being here, and some have got into politics. So I wish you all well, and certainly welcome you here today. It was very moving to be part of the ceremony, to see this picture of the famous five, and I commend the minister for doing this. I was a volunteer with our party back in 1993, and it was quite something. And, to see and to look around the room, you don't think of it till somebody points it out, or you think about it one day, gee, maybe there should be some women on the walls, not just men. So I thank you for that. And I mean, they made history, and today history was made by that going up. So thank you. Also, I'd like to mention something that happened in my district a few weeks ago. The Musqueam Fire Department unveiled a monument in recognition of fallen and deceased firemen. And I want to thank Jason Woodbury and the Musqueam Fire Department for all their hard work, and for the family members that came out. It was a pretty moving morning, and I thank Minister Fox and Minister Thompson for their presence there that day. And it was so nice to be part of it and in my home community. And Mr. Speaker, I wish and I hope everyone enjoys the proceedings, and I want to say hello to everyone back in the district of Evangeline Musqueam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And hello to everyone tuning in today, and welcome back to all of my colleagues. It's an honor and privilege to be standing here today. I would like to first off say thank you to Mr. Brian Hood. It's his birthday today. He's a constituent of District 12 and dad to a man who's no stranger to this floor, Mr. Nathan Hood. So happy birthday. On Saturday, I was out for a bike ride, which proved to be no easy feat after healing from a back injury. It's been a while since I've been able to be physically active, so I was huffing and puffing my way back home, and I was almost there when I ran into Mitch Underhay. He was out with some members of bike-friendly communities, and they had partnered with formerly known as PEI Association for Newcomers, now known as Immigrant and Refugees Association of PEI. In partnership, they were biking, and it's an opportunity for newcomers to our island to learn about the bike trails in PEI. And so I really look forward to playing a more active role in that. I think it's a really interesting for newcomers as well as Islanders to take that opportunity to get to know our active transportation lanes better. I want to congratulate all of the runners in the PEI Marathon on Sunday. I kind of was going about my business Sunday morning and went outside and could hear this cheering, and that dawned on me, so I stayed outside just to enjoy it. It made you feel good just hearing all that cheering. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I would just like to, I'm sure on behalf of everyone in this room, welcome back Stuart. He's always a pleasure to have. He takes such good care of us. He's always got a smile on his face, and it's always a pleasure to run into him. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and enjoy the proceedings.
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Communities.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and welcome everybody back to the House today. I'd like to give a special shout out to District 19 Board in Kincora, and a shout out to Matthew Murphy. He's a fine young man who I know quite well, and he lives up the road from me actually, but Matthew is quite a trailblazer himself, very active in high school and stuff, and the junior firefighters for Borden Carleton area, and he's just a great young feller. But Mr. Speaker, I want to give a shout out to all our fishers. We had a tremendous spring season, and we had a tremendous fall season, and everybody was able to come home safely, and that's a testament to our fishers on the water. And I'd also like to report that 98.5% of our tuna quota was caught this year, so a good showing by all our captains out there. So all the best, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure to be back here in the legislature again and have the opportunity to rise, say hello to the great people, certainly right across the province, Mr. Speaker, and in particular to my home district, District 26, Albert and Bloomfield. As a number of ones here in the legislature would be aware, over the last year, a little more, there have been a number of tragedies in the West Prince area, Mr. Speaker, but out of tragedy comes great ideas, great initiatives, and certainly the Alberton Fire Department. I want to say a tremendous thank you to the Fire Department for the initiative that they took subsequent to tragedy in Cascampec Bay there a little over a year ago. What the Alberton Fire Department did, Mr. Speaker, they took on an initiative to raise funds to purchase a rescue vessel. And the total number of dollars that were raised in the West Prince area, Mr. Speaker, in less than a week was $120,000. This went, Mr. Speaker, this went to the purchase not only of the rescue vessel, but also flotation suits, helmets, personal flotation devices. And here to be about a couple of weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Fisheries and Communities, myself, had the opportunity to attend an open house put on by the fire department to showcase the rescue vessel. And as the fire chief, Shannon Dunville, said to me that day, it is great to have it. I hope we never have to use it. And I share those sentiments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and of course it's a pleasure to rise here today and welcome all the members back. I just want to say hello to everyone that's tuning in from District 10, Charlottetown, Winslow. I do want to congratulate, I think for the most part, all of the hockey teams on PEI are selected, so congratulations to all for everyone going out. And it kind of leads me to my next point. A very special morning in our household this morning, Mr. Speaker. My beautiful wife, Ashley Bell, is celebrating her 40th birthday. So I do want to say what I said to her on Saturday night. You're a great wife, you're my best friend, you're an unbelievable mother, a great educator, and what better way, Mr. Speaker, to spend her 40th birthday but at the hockey rink tonight. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, West Royalty, third-party House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to say hello to everybody back, and it's great to be here. And a special shout out to my colleagues from Donna and Mermaid Stratford. They've helped me take on a new role for our section, so I'm the third-party House Leader, and they've welcomed me in, and it's been a great pleasure to meet with you both. And I'm enjoying my role so far, so thank you very much. And to everybody in Charlottetown West Royalty, just saying a special hello and shout out to everybody there. And our community went through something with COVID recently, and just watching how the students and the staff and the leadership there dealt with this and supported the community was unbelievable. And especially for some families that were affected, how much food they received and how much community love there was. So thanks a lot for all your participation in helping our community through. And I just want to say congratulations to my daughter who just recently got married. She's now Kiara Duffy, and she got married last weekend to Kevin Duffy. So shout out to her.
The Honourable Minister of Environment, Energy and Climate Change.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's great to be back for another fall session. It kind of almost feels like it ran into the summer one for me. The summer went by so quick, but as usual, I'm excited to be here and looking forward to the session. I want to welcome the new pages, in particular Leo over there, who I know his family all the way back to his grandparents, Peter and Leona, who I spent a lot of time at their house when I was a young fella. Leo's Uncle Shane and I were good friends, and when every election comes along, I always go down and ask Leona, is this the election she'd like to put my sign at the end of the yard? And she always tells me no, maybe next time. So I'll ask her again, but nonetheless, I'm not afraid to ask the question. And yeah, good luck anyways. And Leo's Uncle Shane, when I was in Ottawa in late 2019 to meet about some infrastructure projects, I had some downtime in the morning, and I was just out on the street enjoying the cool air and killing some time, and I could hear somebody shouting my name, and I'm like, this is pretty odd. I'm nowhere near anywhere where anybody would know who I was, and I looked across, and here it was Shane. So Shane and I caught up, and it's the first time I saw him in a long time. So my connection with Leo's family goes back a long time, so I welcome him here. I also want to, because this is the first time we've had this early start to the fall, so I've never had the opportunity in all my falls to say happy birthday to my son Brad, who turns 18 today. So it's a big day. He's a voter now, so everybody can probably be a little bit nicer to him and that kind of stuff. And he already had a long time, but yes, he'd probably take another one. But anyways, I want to say happy birthday to Brad, and I hope he enjoys staying. I want to also say a shout out to my mom, who I'm sure is watching, and hope that she enjoys the session today. And maybe I'll get a few questions in question period, and she can send me a text in between to tell me how I'm doing, so I can get a gauge on whether or not that I'm hitting the right spots or not. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Social Development and Housing.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too want to welcome everyone back to the fall sitting of the legislature here. It's great to be here. It's going to be a really good session. I hope. I'm looking forward to it. And Mr. Speaker, I like to recognize our volunteer firefighters anytime I can, and I'm really privileged to get to go to a lot of their years of service ceremonies and help present medals and pins and things. And I was at the New Glasgow Fire Department on Friday, and in particular, I want to wish congratulations to everyone, but in particular, Jason Peters was getting his 30-year recognition as he's a chief there, and he does a lot of great work in New Glasgow. Someone said he was involved with raising $1 million over his career so far, and but provincially, he also plays a big role and has advocated for a lot of great things. So I wanted to just mention that here in the Legislative Assembly. And secondly, Mr. Speaker, it's amazing the reach of Islanders, and there's a family from Stanley Bridge, Hope River, the Reed family, that's going to be on Family Feud Canada. I believe it's airing tonight, so tune in and see some of those good folks.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Brighton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks again to all from Brighton and elsewhere who follow our proceedings online. A few weeks ago, I had the pleasure to leave this island for the first time in almost 2 years. I spent 2 days in Montreal with my wife, and it was great to see how this busy city has really transformed into a really bike-friendly place. Saint Denis, sorry my pronunciation, for instance, always our favorite hangout street, has been reduced from 4-lane road to only 2 lanes for cars, with the other 2 lanes transformed into well-used bike lanes. This brings me back to my constituents in Brighton and the island. Of course, we have very few 4-lane roads, particularly downtown, that we can give over to bikes. But nevertheless, the government and countless volunteers have made tremendous strides in the last year towards good active transportation paths here on PI, so thank you for that. And they also agree that giving free driver licenses is not a good method for reducing driving. But there was one constituent that mentioned to me, why did some people get free licenses and others did not? That's simply unfair, and I tend to agree. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Education, Lifelong Learning, and the Minister for Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly a pleasure to rise on this October day. It's great to be back here, and I welcome all my colleagues back, and certainly a warm welcome to our pages. I want to say a big hello to all the folks in District 9, Charlottetown Hillsborough Park, who are watching. I want to thank you for all your kindness and patience over the summer. There's been a lot of construction happening in District 9 along St. Peter's Road, and it's certainly evolving into a wonderful project, but it's certainly taken some time and patience. So I do appreciate your kindness in that regard. And Mr. Speaker, there's been some really beautiful words said today. It's around this new Famous Five portrait, and really this truly is an incredible initiative, and I'm so grateful that I had the opportunity to be a part of it, and that you, Mr. Speaker, were a part of it, and your staff. And really, Mr. Speaker, these women, they have served as an inspiration for me, especially since I've entered the world of politics. They were trailblazers in the area of politics and public life, and certainly I hope that they inspire more women, because we all know that I'm not going to be in this seat forever, and I really do hope that they'll inspire more women moving forward. Mr. Speaker, and again, I just want to thank everyone for being here today, and I look forward to a very productive session. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to rise in the House again. Welcome back to all my colleagues. I hope you had a wonderful summer. Lots of stuff happening in District 4, but mainly I'd like to talk about the farmers and how well they're doing. There's still corn silage in our fields, so I'm hoping for a little bit better weather for a little bit longer, Mr. Speaker, so we get that off. Mr. Speaker, it's great to see the portrait of the Famous Five. It's probably, probably a little closer to remembering when they were in the house. It was quite a thing at the time, and I know it's wonderful to have their smiling faces staring down at us. And Mr. Speaker, the summer has been ups and downs for myself, but I want to say on August the 7th we became grandparents to Rory Allen Compton, and it's a thrill. Anyone who wants to see a picture, please come and see me. I said I wasn't going to be like every other grandparent, but I am. He's wonderful, he's beautiful, he's smart, and all of those things. But it really is a pleasure and a privilege to be a grandparent. I'm so thrilled for Carolyn and Glenn and moving forward. And Mr. Speaker, I hope we have a wonderful session here in the House and enjoy today.
The honourable member from Morel Mermaid.
Mermaid Stratford.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is a pleasure to rise today and to welcome everybody back. We'll get my district straight here shortly. I'd like to say hi to everybody from Mermaid Stratford, and it's really been a great summer. I would also say it probably has been one of the best growing seasons that we've seen in a long time. I've seen lots of pictures of farmers walking through their soybeans and up to their waists, and you don't see that very often, or you haven't actually seen that very often in the last little while. I'd also like to just comment on the new dedication to the famous five, and I appreciate so much that when we look at these walls, they've significantly changed. My daughter is a member of Pathfinders, and she recently led her first meeting, and she chose to do it on women in politics. And she chose the member from Summerside Wilmot and Sweta Deboo to come and speak to the girls. And one of the questions that they asked of the girls was, name a woman in politics that you know that has been in politics, and none of the girls could name one. And the member from Summerside Wilmot spoke up and said, I'm not surprised because there's only been 32 of us. So when you think about how many elections we've had and how many people have held these seats, to be one of those 32, I hold great pride in that. And I have the utmost respect for the other members and women who have graced these seats. I would like to just do a shout out to Hospice PEI. On the weekend, they held their 9th annual Dancing with the Stars, and I can't even tell you what a heartwarming night that was. One of the best nights that I've spent watching great entertainment. There was Melanie Taylor, Marcia Duran, Amelia Topic, Cameron McDonald, and our very own leader of the official opposition were some of the stars that danced there on Saturday night. And he did win the most elegant. So he says it's not pretty, but he did win most elegant. But hands down, the contestant that won everybody's hearts was Cameron Gordon. Cameron is one of my constituents, and he is just one of the most incredible young people that I've ever met. He has been with Special Olympics, he's done modeling, and your heart is just warmed when Cameron is in the room, and you could feel that Saturday night, and he actually won Judge's favorite. So congratulations to Cameron and his family. I know that they're all there and quite excited. And last but not least, I am volunteering at Birchwood for their breakfast program, and I'm on the grade 7 floor, so I'd like to say hi to all the grade 7s at Birchwood. And I will tell you that they are toast connoisseurs, Mr. Speaker, because if you overdo their toast, they will let you know. So I am practicing, and I am trying to perfect the perfect piece of toast for the grade 7s for the breakfast program. And I can tell you that every Tuesday morning they greet me with smiles, hellos, and they're just wonderful kids, and it's a pleasure to be there every morning. Thank you, and I'm happy to be back. Thanks.
The honourable leader of the third party.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I'd just like to apologize to this House and to the Hansard folks. I did mention ministers by their names, and you'd think I would know better by now, but it was just a slip. So I'd like to thank the Minister of Fisheries and Communities and the Minister of Agriculture, Lands and Public Safety for attending the function in Musqueam. Thank you very much. Your presence was much appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No one else? Did I miss anyone? Don't think I did. Well, honourable members, and thank you, leader of the third party, for me not having to scold you. You got to me first. I want to just thank everyone for their comments on the new photo we put in the Legislative Assembly here this afternoon, the unveiling. It's great comments. I know the Minister brought it to our attention, the Office of the Speaker's attention, probably a year plus ago, and we come up with some ideas that different ideas. Each of us had ideas which we thought would work, and we finally came to a conclusion of the famous five. These are the famous five 28 years ago that held the most powerful seats and positions in island politics. And that'd be the Lieutenant Governor's seat, the Premier's seat, the Speaker's seat, the Deputy Speaker's, and the Leader of the Opposition seats, so all at once. And as to date, nowhere else in Canada has that been done. So we came to the conclusion that we'd make a portrait of the famous five, and the first day of the House sitting, we would unveil it. So today, and it kind of catches your eye because it's you're not used to seeing it there, and it's catches the corner of your eye every time you look that way, which is it's great. That's what these photos are supposed to do. They're supposed to catch your eye. And I'm very honored to be the speaker to make this history today. This is history made today. As the other portraits of gentlemen in here, that was history over 100 years ago. So that is history today, and I'm very honored to be part of that history. Is putting photos of our women in politics in the Legislative Assembly. Thank you for your time. Member statement. The Honourable Member from Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Stratford and Area Lions Club have been making homemade pies, apple pies, for almost 40 years. It all started as an idea from a new member who loved his grandmother's apple pie. When Vince Daly put forward the idea to make apple pies as a fundraiser, it was immediately adopted. It wasn't immediately adopted by the members. The following meeting, a persistent Vince arrived with 4 hot apple pies and ice cream, and he shared it with the members. And that was the beginning of the annual apple pie sale. Over the years, the club has made tens of thousands of apple pies. Each one is the perfect mix of delicious apple pies, flaky pastry, and a spice combo following Vince's grandmother's recipe. The assembly line has been perfected and everyone has their job. There are lots of stories and jokes shared on that assembly line and around the peeling tables. There's never a lack of things for the members to talk about. Mr. Speaker, Vince Daly's idea all those years ago has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars that have been used to improve the lives of islanders straight from tip to tip. When I became a member, I asked a long-standing member what the organization, who they donated to. And he said, name a part of the body and we donate to the organization. Vince's idea has changed lives. There has been some changes to the annual sale this year. Sadly, Vince passed away in the spring and his presence is dearly missed. In his memory, the club renamed the pies Vince's Apple Pie and added Vince's picture to the label. It's a fitting tribute to a person who has had such an immense impact on so many lives in Prince Edward Island. Mr. Speaker, Vince's apple pies are legendary, and I highly recommend that you stop by on your way home at the Stratford Roundabout. But don't wait too long. The members will soon be hanging up their peelers until next fall. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have moved past the debate on whether climate change is real and whether we should implement carbon pricing or not. Now we have to ensure we have a carbon pricing model for PEI that actually works to meet our net zero targets without placing the burden on the backs of islanders. Islanders have been paying a carbon price on gasoline and diesel since April 1st, 2019. All of the revenue generated through carbon pricing and PEI has been spent on reducing the price of gas at the point of purchase, on free driver's licenses, later cancelled under this government, and on some community-based programs. This agreement was for 2 years and is now being renegotiated for 2022 onwards. The federal government has made it clear that PEI's current carbon pricing system is ineffective and does not meet the national standard. Under the new 2022 agreement, PEI will no longer be allowed to exempt heating oil or propane and will not be allowed to weaken the price signal with rebates or reductions in other gas taxes, including marked fuels. Carbon pricing is the most cost-effective way to reduce emissions, but only works if systems are designed well and fairly. The most effective way to achieve this is a revenue-neutral approach where the majority of revenues from the fuel charge are returned to islanders through direct cash payments, rather than using those revenues to pay for other programs or rebates that only benefit some. This means that all low-income and middle-income islanders who file a tax return will receive a quarterly rebate check. And for all but the highest income earners, that rebate check will be more than their annual carbon tax cost. The remaining fuel charge proceeds will be used to support key sectors and populations, including trade-exposed small businesses, farmers, and Indigenous groups. A made-in-PEI carbon pricing plan should return all revenue to islanders and help us reduce our carbon emissions. Carbon pollution pricing, if designed thoughtfully, can drive down greenhouse gas emissions while keeping life affordable for families. We need a clear and simple plan that protects islanders from increasing costs while helping transition PEI to a cleaner and more prosperous economy. It is up to the government now to make sure it brings the right priorities to that negotiation table. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to commend the PEI Smashers Ringette teams, who recently hosted a very successful fundraising treasure hunt in Winslow. Over the summer, over 1,000 Islanders stopped by for their chance at the top prize of $10,000 cash, including the Bell family, along with more than 400 participants in the final day of the Island Big Dig. I'd like to give a congratulations to Coach Andrew Haggie with the Smashers Ringette team, and also Nicole Hogan, the organizer of the innovative Island Big Dig event. A giant congrats to the nearly 50 Ringette players, their parents, their friends who volunteered to help this fundraiser go off without a hitch. Aside from the $10,000 cash prize, other prizes included an ATV, heat pumps, garage doors, Apple AirPods, and various gift cards from local island businesses. Congratulations, of course, to Levi Barnes, who won the $10,000 top prize sponsored by A&M Snow Removal, and all of the other winners as well. In a year of COVID, where many sports teams had their traditional fundraisers canceled, it was nice to see this group think outside the box, helping to get families outside, being active, and also helping local sports teams. Congratulations to all the creative efforts put in by Andrew and all of the organizers who collaboratively worked to make this event such a huge success. And Mr. Speaker, if you didn't get out this summer, the hope is to have it back for next year and also be an even bigger Big Dig. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions, and for our first question, I'll call on the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Our province's population is now about 165,000 people, and it's been increasing by about 2 or 3% annually for quite a while now, outstripping all other provinces and growing every single quarter going back 5 years, even during the height of COVID. Some of this increase, especially recently, is interprovincial movement of Canadians, and some of it, of course, is the arrival of new Canadians through immigration. And I love the increased diversity in our community, the arrival of the new voices, of the new faces, of the new cultures that have deeply enriched our province. A question to the Premier. Has this government and province invested sufficient funds to provide all 165,000 Islanders with affordable housing, with childcare and educational supports, and particularly with access to health care?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Leader for the question. I do share his appreciation for the growth that we've seen in PEI, and I think it's one of the great success stories that we see that growth and that we lead the country. He's packed a lot into his first question, which is no surprise, Mr. Speaker. He's very good at that, From a perspective of housing, Mr. Speaker, from an affordability perspective, I've said in this legislature many times that it's no secret we're playing catch-up on that, and we're working hard to get caught up on it, Mr. Speaker, but every time you see the population grow, it adds to that component. I think from an early learning and childcare perspective, I think this government has a tremendous record to stand on, and we're solidified a deal with the federal government that will see $10 a day daycare, Mr. Speaker, which I think is a terrific contribution to make to society in general and for PEI, Mr. Speaker. And in terms of our health care, Mr. Speaker, we are trying to do our very best to deliver health care to islanders in communities as close to their homes as possible. We're in a transitional time, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to health care, and we're working through some very difficult challenges, but our plan is to work to stabilize the system, Mr. Speaker, and to try to build a better one so that people who continue to choose PEI, Mr. Speaker, can be served in all facets of life, Mr. Speaker, be it childcare, housing, health care, and many others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I may pack a lot into my questions, and you pack a lot into your answers too, Premier. I appreciate that. You covered everything I asked. There are 20,000 islanders, and some of them, of course, are newcomers, some of them are long-time residents, who are on the patient registry, and many more who have simply given up hope and they don't appear in any statistics. These are people without access to primary health care through a doctor or a nurse practitioner or a collaborative practice. And that means that about 1 in 8 islanders rely on walk-in clinics and emergency rooms to access healthcare services. And that's not an efficient or an effective way to provide healthcare services to islanders. But perhaps the most worrying thing about this situation is that it is getting steadily worse. Successive administrations have overseen a system that has been incrementally and consistently failing. To the Premier, what is your government doing right now to turn this situation around?
Mr. Speaker, it shouldn't surprise many people in this legislature or anybody watching here today that I agree with a lot of what the Leader of the Opposition is saying in his preamble to his question, Mr. Speaker, and I think that health care across the country has been challenged, Mr. Speaker, and that is certainly the case here in Prince Edward Island. We've only been in this seat a little over a couple of years, or maybe a little bit more than that, Mr. Speaker. We've been sidelined, not an excuse, by a worldwide pandemic, which has caused further strain, Mr. Speaker. But we're also living through, as I said in my first answer, a transitional time when it comes to health care, Mr. Speaker, and we have to work on broadening the scope of practice for all of those who participate from a staffing perspective in the healthcare delivery for islanders, Mr. Speaker, and we have to find a way to be more innovative in how we deliver those services, with the end goal being trying to give the best service that we can give islanders who deserve it and who require it, Mr. Speaker. It's a challenge. I think we've made some significant steps, Mr. Speaker. We're solidifying the future, but we need to work harder to stabilize the present, Mr. Speaker. It's not an easy task. We don't have all the answers, but we're certainly trying to get there, Mr. Speaker. And I say it's a challenging time, but it's one that brings some exciting possibilities for us, Mr. Speaker, and that's what we're exploring as a province. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. When the NHL says that its new season will begin on Tuesday, October the 12th, you can pretty safely mark that date in your calendar and expect to enjoy some hockey that evening. To the Premier, when you promised shovels in the ground on day one way back in 2019 to commence work on the new Hillsborough Hospital, when did you think islanders expected construction to begin?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think this is an issue that we have talked about many times in this legislature, Mr. Speaker. We are working on a comprehensive master plan as it pertains to changing how we deliver mental health and addiction services in this province, Mr. Speaker. There are record investments that are being made in that regard, Mr. Speaker. But I, again, would agree with the Leader of the Opposition that many of these issues that we're facing, they're challenging, and it's the time to do this was many years ago, and I understand that, Mr. Speaker. So we're trying to do the very best that we can in this difficult and challenging time in the changing face of healthcare services, Mr. Speaker, to do what we can. We're on track to deliver a mental health and addictions campus, Mr. Speaker, which will be innovative and will be state-of-the-art across the country, and I'm excited for that. But like all islanders, Mr. Speaker, quite honestly, that can't come soon enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Speaker. To the Premier. When your previous Health Minister told Islanders that midwifery services would be available for all Island women in January 2020, when did you think Islanders expected to see the first births on Prince Edward Island carried out by midwives?
This is an issue that the Leader of the Opposition has been a champion of, and his caucus has been a champion of, and I give them wonderful credit for that, Mr. Speaker. I know our Health Department, Health and Wellness, and Health and PEI, our Health PEI have been working diligently to make sure that we can deliver a service, Mr. Speaker, that can be fair and equitable across the board, Mr. Speaker, and we continue to work toward that. It's once again, Mr. Speaker, it's a changing and difficult time in all healthcare aspects. We need all hands on deck, Mr. Speaker, and midwifery services are one of those hands we need to get on deck, Mr. Speaker. We're tracking in that regard. And again, Mr. Speaker, I would say it can't come soon enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, I mean, a lot of agreement and a lot of credit come from the Premier, but you know what? I don't want credit. I want midwives. To the Premier, when your Health Minister said that mobile mental health units would launch in January of 2021, when did you think Islanders expected to see the first vans on the road providing those mental health services to Islanders?
Premier. Well, Mr. Speaker, I would just say to the Leader of the Opposition and to all members in the legislature and all of those watching at home, Mr. Speaker, that it's one thing to come up with an idea and a thought. It's another thing to get it implemented, Mr. Speaker. And those things can take time, Mr. Speaker. Those things take time. I want midwifery services too, Mr. Speaker. I want mobile mental health clinics as well, Mr. Speaker, but I want them to work. And I want them to be efficient. And Mr. Speaker, what we were going down a road, and I've said this in the spring session, or that drifted into the summer session of the legislature, my overall goal is to have a system of delivery that works, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to follow the same playbook that we followed for many years that has gotten us to here, which is taking one from the other to plug this hole to cause another one down the road, Mr. Speaker. So the mobile mental health units are rolling out. Everyone who needs to be at that table has been at the table, Mr. Speaker. It wasn't an easy conversation. It wasn't a simple solution, Mr. Speaker, but we're working toward getting it there, Mr. Speaker. And like all of these issues that the honourable member raises, Mr. Speaker, they're never to be done fast enough, Mr. Speaker. That's the challenge of being in this chair every single day, Mr. Speaker, but we never stop working, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
I mean, the Premier said something very profound there, that ideas are not hard to come by, but it's the implementation of those ideas that's difficult. And this government has failed consistently and spectacularly for 2 years when it comes to provision of healthcare services to Islanders. Mr. Speaker, that was quite a digest of disappointments that I just I just spoke about there, and I'm not done. To the Premier, your Health Minister has promised expanded dental care services to seniors and to low-income Islanders for some time now, using money approved in this House in response to our caucus's request, firstly back in March of 2020, and then in spring 2021, and then the services were promised to start in July 2021, nothing, and most recently this October 2021. Premier, do you have any trust at all in your minister that he can actually deliver any of the programs that he promises Islanders?
Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I could let the Minister of Health and Wellness answer the question, but in July, Mr. Speaker, the program began, so I don't know what he's talking about, Mr. Speaker. Well, he did. It actually did, Mr. Speaker. It actually did. The first applications began, Mr. Speaker. So, look, I understand what the picture that that's trying to be painted here, Mr. Speaker. And look, to be quite honest, healthcare services, Mr. Speaker, across the country are challenging to deliver, Mr. Speaker. That's no secret. Health human resources across the country and beyond, Mr. Speaker, are stretched and challenged. Look, we're not running from the crisis, Mr. Speaker. We're working hard to try to get through it. It's not easy, Mr. Speaker. There aren't easy solutions to this. I wish the system could move faster in many regards. It's one of the great frustrations of my existence, Mr. Speaker, in this chair. But we're working hard, Mr. Speaker, through very difficult challenges and circumstances to deliver for healthcare services for PEI, Mr. Speaker. And I think we're doing a very reasonable job considering all the challenges we face.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Speaker, the Premier talks of me painting a picture, but this is a self-portrait. This is a picture created over the last 2 years by this administration. So I'm going to ask the Minister himself. Premier says that the dental program started in July. Can you stand up and name any islander who has received services through this new dental program in July of this year?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to can't stand here and name individuals in this legislature. But Mr. Speaker, this program, it was launched on July 29th. First applications come in on July 30th. Since that time, Mr. Speaker, there have been 2,816 applicants that have been approved. Of those, 2,734 have received their cards. And furthermore, Mr. Speaker, when an application was submitted, any payment or any services that were provided by dentists from the time that the application was received will be covered, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the best dental care programs, if not the best dental care programs in the country.
Honourable Member from Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On any given day, hundreds of islanders received excellent care from healthcare workers at our province's healthcare facilities. The biggest challenge that islanders are facing is gaining access. We know the reasons: doctor shortages, walk-in clinic demand that exceeds the availability. The pressure is showing at our hospitals' emergency departments. Question to the Minister of Health and Wellness: what is the current average wait time at the emergency departments across PEI?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the member for the question. And she is absolutely right. There is a bottleneck that has resulted at our emergency room departments. Mr. Speaker, what I'll do, I'll certainly bring back the exact figures of the average wait times, Mr. Speaker. I would say, Mr. Speaker, though, as the member has pointed out, I have to give great thanks to our frontline healthcare workers that are there day in, day out. And I'm sure, as the member also knows, that those wait times, that when an individual does present at the emergency room, that they are triaged. So it is going to vary from day to day, different conditions, different situations, but I will bring that information back, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The simple answer is too long. The lack of non-emergency medical services are having an impact on our ERs. We have heard from islanders waiting 6, 8, 10 hours to have stitches removed or have their children's earaches assessed. I have heard from a senior that sat in a waiting room for 10 hours and didn't even have access to water. To the Minister, what are you doing to address the wait times islanders are experiencing?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as I believe what the Premier had alluded to earlier here this afternoon, one of the things that we do have to look at, Mr. Speaker, is with regard to scope of practice and the impact and the changes that we can make there, Mr. Speaker, so that we do take some of the burden and some of the pressures off of our emergency rooms. One of the things that this government has put in place, Mr. Speaker, is allowing our pharmacists to be able to diagnose and treat low-grade UTIs. And, you know, that is one example right there, Mr. Speaker. But we do have to do more. I certainly agree with the member on that.
The Honourable Member from Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is progress. However, they've been advocating for full scope of practice for the last 20 years, Minister. Our emergency departments are not equipped for these long wait times. It is impacting islanders, and the frontline staff at the ERs are absorbing frustration from islanders. We have heard concerns from QP Local 3324 that the wait times that the paramedics are experiencing for offloading are too long. I myself have witnessed 5 trucks waiting for offloading. That is 10 paramedics sitting in the back hallway of the QEH waiting for offloading of patients. To the Minister, have you recently met with the union president to discuss their concerns and potential solutions?
The The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And very recently, Mr. Speaker, I did have a request, a letter come in from the Union President. I cannot tell the member exactly what the date is for the meeting. One, if it has not been scheduled at this point, will be scheduled. Mr. Speaker, yes, there's things that we are moving forward on that, yes, should have they been put in place maybe 8-10 years ago? I would say absolutely. It's not a one solution for everything, but we do have to look at the initiatives that are taking place, whether it's the increase in the seats at UPEI for nursing students and for the accelerated program, whether we look at the announcement from Holland College last week, Mr. Speaker, of an additional 32 seats for the licensed practical nursing program, 32 this coming year, 32 the following. All of these things will ultimately have a positive impact. Mr. Speaker, as we move towards medical homes, that is going to have a positive impact as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you'd think that we were going to ask about paramedics, and you might want to have that meeting before we come in here so we have answers. The number of Islanders who come through the ER who need to be admitted to the hospital often exceeds the number of beds that are available at the hospital. When this happens, patients are held in the ER while they await a more appropriate spot on a medical unit. These patients are referred to as holds. This results in ER beds being occupied for long periods of time that leads to excessively long wait times in the ER. Question to the Minister, what is the average holds per night at the PCH and QEH?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the Honourable Member knows, you look at the width, the depth of the healthcare system, over 6,000 employees, over 800,000 in total expenditures, the largest expenditure in government. Mr. Speaker, I do not know these figures right off the top of my head, but I will certainly bring them back for information, not only for the member, but also for all members of the Assembly here, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I believe the answer to that is too many. I've been told that the holds per night at PCH have exceeded the size of the medical unit. Mr. Speaker, that is an entire medical unit in the ER. These Islanders are filling up the emergency department because there are no beds within the hospital for them to stay. To the Minister, what are you doing?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, as I've said before to the member, yes, I agree that there are major challenges there, but we do have to overcome some of the initiatives, Mr. Speaker, that I've outlined here. It's unfortunate, very unfortunate, that they were not put in place a number of years ago. I want to see things move as fast as possible. I do share the Leader of the Opposition's, I shouldn't say frustration, with some of the things that he brought forward today, as the Premier does share as well. But we are moving forward on these. We all collectively here want to do the very best that we can for Islanders, and that's what we're all here to do, and will continue to do, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our frontline workers are suffering. Islanders are suffering. This is not a new problem. This crisis began under the former Liberal government and has only become worse under the leadership of this government. Something drastic needs to change, and I've seen no indication that this government is brave enough to make a move. Question to the Minister. If you have made absolutely no progress in the last 2.5 years of your mandate, then how do you expect Islanders to believe that you will be able to turn this rig around?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't want to speak without being addressed, so thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would say in response to that question that we've embarked on the most comprehensive change system, Mr. Speaker, in healthcare delivery services in the history of this province, Mr. Speaker. What are we doing, Mr. Speaker? How about a medical school, Mr. Speaker, at the University of Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker? Okay? We're not going to sit around any longer and not be in control of our destiny, Mr. Speaker. We're not going to pass this off to others, Mr. Speaker, to kick a can down the road like others have, Mr. Speaker. How about LPNs, Mr. Speaker, at the Holland College, Mr. Speaker? 32 this year, 32 next year, Mr. Speaker, and onward we go, Mr. Speaker. How about RNs, Mr. Speaker? Nurses at the University of Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker, through the Accelerator program. How about medical homes and neighborhoods, Mr. Speaker? How about changing the spirit, Mr. Speaker? Changing the delivery system, Mr. Speaker. How about instead of promising a doctor for every Islander that could never be delivered, Mr. Speaker, we say we're going to put our big boy pants on here, Mr. Speaker, and do what's right for the people of PEI and to change the system. So what are we doing, Mr. Speaker? What aren't we doing? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Third Party.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when government released the back-to-school plan at the end of August, there were many questions and concerns from parents, education groups, medical experts, etc. Mr. Speaker, questions about mask usage, cohorting, ventilation, and many more. But the biggest question, one that remains, is why no mandatory vaccinations for educational staff? In a recent committee meeting, education officials revealed that they only began gathering vaccination data on September 4th through an informal, voluntary, unverified survey. Question to the Minister of Education: why did your department wait till the last minute to gather this data, and why was participation voluntary and without verification?
The Honourable Minister for Education and Lifelong Learning.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's certainly an honour to rise on this first day of the fall session and get this question from the Leader of the Third Party. Mr. Speaker, as we know, the evidence and guidance around COVID has been ever-changing, and Mr. Speaker, I am so proud that I live on Prince Edward Island 18 months in, and we have taken all the advice from our Chief Public Health Office, and Mr. Speaker, I must say it has served us extremely well. And Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we did in this situation. Mr. Speaker, when we received the letter from the Chief Public Health Office asking us, requesting for those vaccination rates, Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we provided. And Mr. Speaker, when I came to committee, I had told the committee that I would go back to the Privacy Commissioner regarding the vaccination data. And Mr. Speaker, the Privacy Commissioner came back to the Public Schools Branch as well as the CSLF and advised to take a cautious approach to revealing any data that could identify any individuals. So this is Norbert. We have been advised to be especially diligent when asked to reveal any information for schools with low enrollment and staffing allocations. Mr. Speaker, again, this has been an evolution. Mr. Speaker, we are following the advice of our Rhodes Scholar, the one who has led us this far. And Mr. Speaker, I'm not turning back now. I'm going to continue to follow that advice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Third Party, your first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier this month, it was reported that 18% of island childcare workers are not fully vaccinated. This works out to nearly 1 in 5 childcare staff members not being fully vaccinated. As we all know, the under 12 population is still unable to get vaccinated, meaning the rest of us should be taking all means necessary to ensure the protection of this age group. It's clear government is opposed to mandatory vaccinations for education and daycare staff, and therefore are not willing to use all the tools at their disposal to fully protect under 12-year-old islanders. Question to the Minister of Education: do you think 18% of childcare workers not fully vaccinated is an acceptable number, and what are you doing to get that number down?
The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our primary focus throughout the last 18 months has been the well-being of our children, our families, all Islanders, Mr. Speaker. And I stand here really proud that I am an Islander and certainly, and in this government, again, following the advice of our Chief Public Health Office. Mr. Speaker, the vaccination data, that's continuously changing. Our early years sector, that number is increasing, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, as per the advice of the Chief Public Health Office, we did institute a vaccinate or test policy, Mr. Speaker, a couple weeks ago. And Mr. Speaker, we've had wonderful adherence to that. And I want to thank all of our early childhood educators, Mr. Speaker. This has been a tremendously tumultuous time for them. And Mr. Speaker, they have stepped up. Mr. Speaker, families have been able to to gain access to childcare services for the last 18 months, Mr. Speaker. That is the only jurisdiction in Canada whereby that's the case. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the third party or second supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the last few weeks, I've spoken to many Islanders who are frustrated with this government's approach to vaccine mandates and the VaxPass system. We're making people present vaccination status to sit down in a restaurant or to go to a gym, but parents can't ask about the vaccination status of their child's educational staff. Education staff work in close proximity with the segment of the population that are unable to get vaccinated, yet government continues to resist vaccination requirements for those workers. Question to the Minister of Education. Why must Islanders present a VaxPass at certain private businesses, but there's no requirement for educational staff to get vaccinated? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning.
Mr. Speaker, the vaccination rates among our school staff are very high, Mr. Speaker. And again, the target rate has been ever changing based on the situation with COVID. And Mr. Speaker, we never in our wildest dreams would have imagined we'd be in the situation we're in 18 months from now. But Mr. Speaker, I am darn proud. Mr. Speaker, the situation was for royalty. The outbreak, it was deemed over on October 10th, Mr. Speaker, and currently there are absolutely no cases in Prince Edward Island schools. And Mr. Speaker, if you look across to Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, look at what is happening there, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, again, we are taking the advice from the Chief Public Health Office. We're continuously changing and pivoting based on that advice. And Mr. Speaker, I just want to take this opportunity to thank all those in the education system for stepping up during an incredibly challenging year. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Larry Inverness.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, it was great to see the Premier answer some of the healthcare questions, or I should say try to answer some of the healthcare questions asked here today, Mr. Speaker. But Premier, question for you. You've had, I guess I was going to say too, it also reminds me, some of his answers remind me a little bit of the great explorer Franklin trying to find the Northwest Passage. It seems like his government's stuck in the ice here, Mr. Speaker. They can't seem to find the answers. Premier, you've had 2 ministers of health since forming government in 2019. Yet we see an ever-increasing litany of healthcare challenges and a growing list of vacancies of healthcare positions across PEI. Mr. Speaker, I was really shocked when I got some information back from the department on August 31st, 2021, 700 vacancies at Health PEI in various professions. Premier, how much money are you saving by these positions remaining vacant?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for the question, and it's early in the session, so I'm going to refrain and hold back a little bit, Mr. Speaker, in the interest of good debate. Mr. Speaker, I would say that, again, as I did in responses to the good questions from the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Speaker, this is a very challenging field in the most challenging time in the last 100 years, Mr. Speaker. There are likely vacancies. I don't know which of the number that he's referring to, but I know there are a number of vacancies where it's really difficult to find health human resources, Mr. Speaker, and that's across the board, and that's part of the reason why we're trying to take an approach to solidify our future in that regard, Mr. Speaker, with some of the investments that we made, Mr. Speaker. But we're trying very hard, as I say, through very difficult circumstances to address this situation. Where we have a short, medium, and long-term approach, Mr. Speaker. We have the right people in place, Dr. Michael Gardam, for example, at Health PEI, and the leadership changes that we've made in there. I believe we have a very, very strong and solid plan. It's a doable plan, Mr. Speaker, and it's one that we need to work diligently to implement, Mr. Speaker, which we are. But absolutely, Mr. Speaker, there's frustration in this field, and that frustration is felt across the board, Mr. Speaker, but we're working hard to address it.
The Honourable Member from Larry Inverness, your first supplementary.
Well, it's great to be working hard on these types of issues, Mr. Speaker, but we need to see results. Islanders need to see some situation where we're seeing some outcomes here. And when you talked about vacancies, what position? It's pretty well across the board, right from janitors right through to the physicians, Mr. Speaker. The vacancy rate among healthcare professionals across the island is literally shocking, and it is evidence of a government that either has no plan or is simply trying to shrink the system under the cover of darkness. Mr. Speaker, literally 199 vacancies at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. 199. It's hard to imagine that number. 105 at the Prince County Hospital, our 2 main referral hospitals with that number of vacancies. Premier, how can you tolerate this? How can you sit around a cabinet table without demanding better from your ministers?
Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if I served 11 years in the previous government, I wouldn't want to have a debate, Mr. Speaker, about results in healthcare. Mr. Speaker, I'd say that, Mr. Speaker. And if I was a former health minister in that department, Mr. Speaker, I'd hold my powder dry on a lot of these issues, Mr. Speaker, because you don't have much ground on which to stand, Mr. Speaker. But all of that said, Mr. Speaker, again, there are challenging, difficult times in healthcare, Mr. Speaker, and there are labor challenges across the health sector, Mr. Speaker, and every jurisdiction is dealing with that. Our jurisdiction is dealing with it, Mr. Speaker. You do get exemplary care when you go to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital, when you go to the Prince County Hospital, or you go to any of the hospitals, Mr. Speaker, and clinics in Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker. The staff there is certainly stretched and they need some help, Mr. Speaker, and we're working hard to do that by changing the approach and changing the system and trying to add more people to the system, Mr. Speaker, but I wouldn't want to be talking about results if I was in your chair, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Malaria and Vanessa, second supplementary.
Mr. Speaker, I'll put my numbers up against their numbers any day, any day, any day. I had 8,000, the patient residents, they got 21,000, Mr. Speaker. A little later on, I'll table a spreadsheet that details the healthcare vacancies across this island by the province or by profession, salary, and location. Like I said, 199 at QEH, 105 at the Prince County Hospital, even 28 at the community hospital in O'Leary, Mr. Speaker. And by profession, a shortage of 82 licensed practical nurses, a deficit of 97 resident care workers. It only takes 36 weeks to train a resident care worker, Mr. Speaker. Again, Mr. Speaker, is the Premier trying to attempt in saving money in some capacity here, or does he have some other agenda where this money is going, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, if you talk to any man, woman, and child connected to healthcare, Mr. Speaker, they say one thing consistently across the board. We didn't get here overnight, Mr. Speaker. It's been 10 or 11 years in the works, Mr. Speaker. And who was in charge of healthcare, Mr. Speaker, during that? The Honourable Member from O'Leary Inverness, Mr. Speaker. So let's get our results out. Let's throw them on the table, Mr. Speaker, and I'll let mine stand, Mr. Speaker, very proudly. And I'll go right to O'Leary Inverness and do it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And similar questions have been asked earlier, but it's such an important issue that I need to ask more questions on it. So, Mr. Speaker, my question is also to the Premier. When I saw the latest spreadsheet on healthcare staffing, I was very disappointed. I'm a constituency politician first and foremost, and I do my best to help residents get the help that they need. But guess what? There's getting to be less and less help out there, Mr. Speaker. So right now, the patient registry is at 20,000. That's 20,000 islanders without a family doctor. See this book, Mr. Speaker? It's the Parliamentary Rules book. There's about 1,000 pages in this book. If there was one name on every page in this book, you would need 20 of these books to list all the islanders on Prince Edward Island without a family doctor. Why is the Premier allowing a government to neglect the needs of 20,000 islanders?
Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I have to admit I didn't hear the last part of the question. I was distracted by the thickness of the book, Mr. Speaker. But I would say I would give full marks to the member from Tignish Palmer Road. He is a constituency politician, and I've had the ability during my short time in the Premier's chair to work with him on many issues in his district, Mr. Speaker, including long-term care and community care issues, Mr. Speaker, and I look forward to continuing to work with that, Mr. Speaker. There are challenges in healthcare, Mr. Speaker. There is a patient registry there, Mr. Speaker, that was started by previous governments, Mr. Speaker, which I have said, and I will say again, there was never any intention to be able to deliver on that, Mr. Speaker. It couldn't be done, Mr. Speaker, but I think it was easier for governments to keep saying, let's get a doctor for everyone, and knowing they could, Mr. Speaker. And we're not going down that road, Mr. Speaker. I can't give the 20,000 people on the registry a family doctor, Mr. Speaker, but I can connect them to a medical home or neighborhood, Mr. Speaker, that has a bevy of services, including family doctors, GPs, Mr. Speaker, registered nurses, Mr. Speaker, nurse practitioners, mental health nurses, all kinds of services, Mr. Speaker, which will help their overall health care, Mr. Speaker, when they need it, Mr. Speaker. That's the approach we have to take, and I would say to every Prince Edward Islander, Mr. Speaker, if they want to go down the road to get the promise for a doctor, Mr. Speaker, for every Islander that can't be delivered, Mr. Speaker, I have to stand honestly in front of them and say, you should get somebody else to do that because I can't do it, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Tignish Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker, your first supplement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's hard for me in my district to have people come to me who do not have a family doctor crying over the needs of someone in their family or themselves who are really, really sick. They need a family doctor, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, just like this book I illustrated a while ago, you know, I'll find the pages. Each page, if each page in 1,000 pages in this book had an Islander's name on it without a family doctor, I would need 20 of these books to list that. That's not right. That number's growing. Islanders need to have better health care, Mr. Speaker. They really need it. The Premier said in his State of the Province speech earlier this year that Islanders have to give up on the idea of everyone having access to a doctor. And he just alluded to that again, Mr. Speaker. Does the Premier surrender? Yeah. Or does surrender, actually, remain the policy of this government?
The Honourable Premier.
Speaker, I think this is where we have the fundamental difference in approach, Mr. Speaker. I never said that you can't have access or you shouldn't have access to a doctor, Mr. Speaker. You absolutely do, Mr. Speaker. But I would suggest, and if you listen to the health professionals who do this every day, that the individuals who need health care, Mr. Speaker, need access to health care. Now, that might be a general practitioner or a family doctor, Mr. Speaker. But it might not need to be at the beginning, Mr. Speaker. And if you're waiting for that equation, you're never going to get there. But what I want to do is to develop a system, Mr. Speaker, which is being developed by the professionals, Mr. Speaker, in Health PEI, which is to get people in the correct door to get the services that they need, Mr. Speaker. You don't need a family doctor to draw blood, Mr. Speaker. There are other aspects of health care who can assist with that. But you need to be able to get in a door, Mr. Speaker, and get moving. And the honourable member from Mermaid Stratford talked about some of the challenges, Mr. Speaker, and I think the whole healthcare system in general overall has the wrong people in the wrong places all the time. You end up in the emergency room because you don't have somewhere to go. And if you wait 8 or 10 hours, you know you'll see somebody. So we're trying to create a home or neighborhood where you don't need to go there, Mr. Speaker. You can get in this door and see a fleet of services that are there, Mr. Speaker, and to let the system work the way it needs to work and to change the scope of practice. That's the road we're on, Mr. Speaker. I can't give everyone a family doctor. Nobody ever could, Mr. Speaker. It's not possible. It hasn't been done.
The honourable member from Tignes Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker, your second supplementary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Let's move on to expand on what the Premier talked about. It takes more than just a doctor. It's nurses and the support staff. So there are presently 246 healthcare vacancies in Prince County. Compare that to Kings County, 61. Why the geographic difference, Premier? Why is Prince County paying such a high price for the mismanagement of health care on Prince Edward Island?
The Honourable Premier.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know the particulars, but I do know he left out the hospital in West Prince, Mr. Speaker, which probably has more resources per capita than any of them, Mr. Speaker, but I noticed he conveniently glazed over that part of it. He went Prince County in general, Mr. Speaker, and he left the services which are state-of-the-art, Mr. Speaker, at Western Hospital in Ann Albert. Mr. Speaker, as I said, there are challenges across the board, Mr. Speaker, in terms of getting people in the right places for health care. We're not unique in that regard. We are trying to take control of our own destiny, Mr. Speaker, by training more here and integrating a system that will be better for people to choose PEI and to remain in PEI from a healthcare perspective, Mr. Speaker. But in terms of the numbers, Mr. Speaker, I will ask someone in the Department of Health to verify those numbers, and I'll bring them back to the honourable member hospital by hospital. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Morel Dona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I knew we could use props, I might have rephrased my questions differently. You think the Deputy Speaker would know better than to bring props in, but we'll try different for tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, there was a wonderful announcement of Tricafta recently in the province. I'd like to congratulate the members and the families of the CF community. I'd like to congratulate the Minister and all those in the department that worked really hard on this. Could the Minister confirm what the treatment plan will be for those wishing to access Tricafta in the coming weeks?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I, too, Mr. Speaker, want to take the opportunity to give a major thank you to some of cystic fibrosis advocates that I have had the pleasure to meet with in person and also to have conversations with by phone. Yes, it was only the end of last week there, Mr. Speaker, but we were in a position as a province to be able to announce that we were covering the cost of the drug Trikafta, which has been described as a life-changing drug for anybody that has cystic fibrosis. The process that the honourable member asked about, cystic fibrosis patients, Mr. Speaker, they would be seeing specialists in the province of Nova Scotia. The specialist in Nova Scotia would actually make a prescription to that patient or to that individual for the medication, for the drug, and then it would be available here, to them here in the province. Thank you.
The honourable member from Morel-Donagh, your first supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to be clear that this is a drug we're celebrating every single day. Mr. Speaker, but I think there's also something we need to be very, we need to recognize that with this good news, we have to understand the impact it's going to have on those that are unable to receive this treatment. Some of those that have just recently received lung transplants, Mr. Speaker, that's not expected to improve lung function following this transplant. Family of those who have had their young, wonderful lives cut short as well, Mr. Speaker. The mental health and the mental toll on these families is quite something. And with this good news, and those families are celebrating it, but we also have to be understanding of the impact that's going to have on these people that are unable to receive the treatment. What else can we do to support that community, Minister, those that are unable to receive the treatment?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And as the member alluded to, that individuals who have had lung transplants, that this drug is not going to have any effect, any positive effects, impacts for those individuals. I think both the honourable member and myself have known ones relatively close that have had lung transplants, and unfortunately, even with the transplants, was not successful. For both the ones that have had lung transplants, and also for their extended family, Mr. Speaker, certainly have to be there. I had a great chat, great talk, telephone conversation the end of last week, Mr. Speaker, with mothers from down east. And the long and the short of it is we have to be there for them, be there for them with mental health services if and when they need them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Morel-Donagh, your second supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and the Minister knows well, but the awful stories of people having to leave PEI or move away to receive treatment or to get better coverage options, Mr. Speaker. Will the Minister commit to investigating how we can help with current treatment, for example, for those that have received lung transplants? Can he make sure that the fundraising activities for CF continue? Everything that he can do in his power for that continued general support for the CF community is going to be crucial in the future. Will the Minister commit to that?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Certainly I will commit to that, Mr. Speaker. And I do believe at the start, and I neglected to pass on my thanks. I know that the honourable member did, but my thanks to the staff in health and wellness that worked so hard day in, day out to make sure that this medication, Trikafta, is available for islanders. But certainly, Mr. Speaker, and I think one of the things when we mentioned mental health, with regard to the PEI Alliance, or Centre for Mental Wellbeing, you look at some of the information that will be coming forward from that, Mr. Speaker, but that is going to be another avenue to be able to provide funding to certain advocates, interest groups, and the like. So there's a lot of good news taking place, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown Belvedere.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the previous member for bringing up how important Trifactor is, and I'd also like to take that opportunity to recognise Hunter Gindon and his advocacy as part of that success. Mr. Speaker, in March 2020, Health Canada provided an exemption for patients, practitioners and pharmacists prescribing and providing controlled substances in Canada during the coronavirus pandemic. This exemption permitted pharmacists to extend and renew prescriptions, to permit pharmacists to transfer prescriptions to other pharmacists, and permitted practitioners to verbally prescribe prescriptions with controlled substances, and allowed an individual to deliver controlled substances to patients at their homes in an alternative location. Question for the Minister of Health. This exemption allowed islanders to extend and renew their prescriptions when they did not have access to a doctor to do so. Can you confirm that this exemption was applied in PEI?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Yes.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Belvedere.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Health Canada has now authorised a 5-year extension to this exemption. They state that the class exemption for patients, practitioners and pharmacists will continue to streamline patient care by preventing patients from going without access to medication, reducing the number of patients needing to go to hospital emergency rooms to obtain prescriptions, and allowing pharmacists to accept verbal prescriptions from practitioners. A question for the Minister of Health. We are still hearing stories as recently as this weekend of patients without a family doctor having to go to the emergency room to get a simple prescription refilled, in some cases waiting for up to 16 hours. If this exemption is in place, can you please explain why it isn't actually working?
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank the member for the question. It's something that I had alluded to, talked about earlier this afternoon, is that we have to make the very best use, the absolute very best use to all of our healthcare providers, and that certainly does include pharmacists, Mr. Speaker. And I had referenced the ability of pharmacists now to be able to prescribe for low-grade UTIs. With regard to what the member has brought forward, I certainly will follow up on that, Mr. Speaker. One of the things, too, though, that I'd like to mention is that when an individual does go on the patient registry, that within 2 weeks they are provided with the option, and they still remain on the registry, but they are provided with the option of having access to through telehealth to a family physician. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Tyne Valley Sherbrooke. Final question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A recent CBC article noted that 220 public health charges have been laid on PEI since the pandemic began, including 25 charges for obstruction of a public health official. Some workers in the private sector have experienced challenges administering the Vax Pass program. While the Vax Pass is a public health program, these workers are not public health officials and therefore don't enjoy the same statutory protections from this type of harassment. Question to the Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture. How does the province intend to step up its protections of private sector workers who face harassment for administering public health initiatives like the Vax Pass?
The Honourable Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Honourable Member, for the question. So obviously COVID-19 has been challenging in so many ways, and the Vax Pass is a prime example. One thing that we've been proud of all along is the record of Prince Edward Island, how well Islanders have done, how well Islanders have complied to get us to the point we are today, where our economy is still functioning, people are still working. So in saying that, we never want to see upset people and staff having to look after that. And I have heard a couple concerns of that myself as well, Honourable Member. At the same time, we're trying to throw as much supports in as we can. Obviously, this was a program that is relatively new. We want to make sure all staff are comfortable in their workplaces. If there's any issues, please reach out. Their employers are supposed to be there to help talk through and take some of these issues to us if they're hearing any. So we'll continue to work with the business community and the staff as well, Mr. Speaker. Throw as much support as we can, and hopefully over time we're going to be able to see that Vax Pass move on. But for now, it's here, and we've got to make the best of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
End of question period. Members. We're off to a bad start. Members, questions are 40 seconds. Answers are 40 seconds. Supplementaries, 25 seconds. Answers to supplementaries, 25 seconds. Now, I don't mind a little give and go. I don't mind one bit. This is probably one of our longest question periods yet. Members, I know there's very important questions, and you want to hear the very important answers. I get it. I've been there. But honourable members, there can be members in here lose out on questions. I could have shut it down. So, whoever's writing your questions, or if you're writing your own questions, I've been there, I've been down this road. I know how it works. Honourable members. Now it's getting a little out of hand. This is the third time. And members, I don't want to interrupt questions. I don't want to make the members sit down. I don't want to interrupt answers. I don't want to make you sit down, but let's be reasonable about this. Look, I'm going to have to. It's either that or somebody's going to be mad when I call off question period. This is the longest one we had. Now tonight, for your homework, I want you to shorten up your questions, please, so it'll make my job a little easier and I don't have to make anybody feel bad and be mad at me. Thank you. That'll work for a while. Happens every time I stand up. Statements by ministers. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness. What? Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to talk about a development that will add long-term strength to both health care and education in our province. Earlier this month, the University of Prince Edward Island announced that for the first time ever, it will be possible to attend medical school right here on our island. In conjunction with Memorial University School of Medicine, UPEI places for 20 island residents, including Indigenous and Indigenous Islander, beginning in 2023. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the leadership of the University of Prince Edward Island and the Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning for this incredible advance for our health system and for higher education on the island. Our government will support this medical school through both Health and Wellness and Health PEI. Medical training will require investments in infrastructure and in personnel to support medical students. We will work with UPEI, work with doctors and students to meet these needs. This medical school will make it easier to attract and retain physicians. Not only will UPEI medical graduates enter into their careers with an attachment and a love for PEI, but the presence of a medical school will appeal to doctors who want their careers to involve the education and training of medical students. Mr. Speaker, the announcement of this medical school is not the only recent advance for health training in our province. UPEI also announced an expansion of its School of Nursing with an increase of 18 seats per year between the Bachelor of Science in Nursing and the Accelerated program. Then, Mr. Speaker, just last week, Holman College announced a 32-seat expansion of the LPN program starting in January, with a further 32 intake, Mr. Speaker, the following January. Mr. Speaker, LPNs, RNs, and MDs all play vital roles in health service delivery and health promotion. We need each of these professions to be strong to deliver the care Islanders need. And Mr. Speaker, I recognize that our healthcare system needs immediate attention as well as long-term plans. We will continue our efforts to recruit doctors, to recruit registered nurses, licensed practical nurses, nurse practitioners, and the other health professionals that make our system work. Staff of Health PEI and the Department of Health and Wellness are committed to attracting professionals, to making them feel part of our community, and to ensuring they recommend PEI's health system to friends and to colleagues. This will ensure, Mr. Speaker, that our medical professionals will be happy to work here and will feel free to stay here and to be supported here. We are committed, Mr. Speaker, to ensuring our health team is strong and that it remains strong for the good of all Islanders. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, that is who it is about, Islanders. Thank you.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I would have thought that your announcement, Minister, would have generated a little more excitement than we just had in this House, because I was there at UPEI along with Mermaid Stratford and Tyne Valley Sherbrooke from my caucus, and I think about half of Cabinet was there, and of course the Premier spoke. And I think this is potentially a groundbreaking announcement for our province and enormously exciting. I think the prospects for the new medical school at UPEI are boundless. But I was glad to hear you say, Minister, towards the end of your announcement there, that we cannot be thinking about this as a solution to our immediate problems here. Because even best case scenario, if everything falls into place from this moment on until the first graduates from the medical school at UPEI start seeing Island patients, we're looking at probably a decade before Islanders actually receive medical treatment from the first graduates from the school. And, you know, too often in politics we have blinkered vision, we have short-term plans, and we fail to execute on promises. We've already talked about that in this House today. This is different. This is a long-term plan with a really bold and an extravagant vision. And I have to say that President Allah at UPEI is a man of bold vision and long-term plans. And he also has that very unusual capacity and combination of skills to have that vision, to gather the people around him to make that vision become more fulsome, and then actually to create a physical, practical result from that vision. He's done that time and time again. And as I had a chat with a former premier actually at the announcement at UPEI, and they said to me, I have no doubt at all, because you can be skeptical about the scope of this, about the boldness of this, and wonder whether this is actually something we can achieve here on Prince Edward Island. But the Premier said to me, former Premier I should say, said to me, I have no doubt that this will be seen through to fruition. And I have to agree with them. I think the timeline is aggressive. I think that there are many challenges in the way. I mean, you can think about all kinds of challenges, from building the infrastructure to securing funding to getting approval. This is a big one, getting approval for a brand new program through the Maritime Provinces Higher Education Commission, to finding the personnel to staff this, to making sure that we have enough island doctors to be mentors and to provide the residency places for all of these students. Currently, we don't have anywhere near enough, even for the small number of residents who want to come to Prince Edward Island. We're turning half of them away. We're looking at expanding this 4 or 5-fold. And in order for us to do that successfully, we need to recruit and retain doctors here. And again, this is many years before we're going to see the fruits of this idea at UPEI, but we have to have everything else in place for this to work well. So I congratulate the Minister on the announcement. I particularly congratulate UPEI, President Allah, and all of the other people there who have brought this to reality. This is something we've been talking about, not just for a couple of years, but for decades. This has been a vision of a number of people here on Prince Edward Island, and for it to be this close to a reality now is extremely exciting. So we need change, and not change in 10 years, not something in 5 years, in fact, not even anything in a year. We need to address the problems that we have in the medical system today. Again, I'm pleased that you addressed that in your statement, Minister. But we will be holding this government, this Minister, and this Premier accountable for making those immediate changes that Islanders absolutely deserve and need today for access to healthcare services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member from Larry-Inverness, third-party whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, I guess when I first heard this announcement the other day, I will say that it's an intriguing announcement that probably has lots of potential, Mr. Speaker. But I was hoping today that for the announcement the Minister would have in the statement in the House would be shed a little more detail, because from my perspective, it does have a lot of questions that have to be asked on this. I mean, obviously, like the Leader of the Opposition stated, it's probably going to be a decade before we actually see any outcome from this. We know the school has to be designed, it has to get an approval from the Higher Education Commission, there's a lot of accreditation, are all things that are part of this. But, some of the questions that I sort of thought right off the bat is, right now we have, I think, 11 medical seats that we pay for in other institutions. Is this in addition to that, or is it in replacing that? That I think is a valid question. Another issue would be around our residency program. We have 5 current resident positions for Islanders. I think one's for an Islander that's educated in a foreign institution for residency. So we're going to have to increase more residency positions. We don't hear that announcement, so it wouldn't make a lot of sense if we're going to educate the students here and then have them go elsewhere for their residency. I think I wonder, is this a cost-effective way to get healthcare professionals in our positions? We have to have a lot of support positions that need to be trained. I mentioned about 700 vacancies. Not all of those are physicians, Mr. Speaker. What are the impacts on the productivity of our existing physicians if they try to train that? These are all, where are we going to find the instructors, Mr. Speaker? These are all questions that I would sort of have, and I think we need to have answers and clarity to that to say whether this is a great announcement or not. Obviously, when you hear some of the announcements, the endorsement by the PEI Medical Society and Dr. Garnham of CEO Health PEI, certainly were not rousing endorsements by any means. They certainly raised a lot of questions. And then if you read Dr. O'Connor's piece in the newspaper and her interview on CBC Radio this morning, she raised a lot of those same types of questions, Mr. Speaker, and certainly questioned the timelines on this. So those are some of the things that I sort of see, Mr. Speaker, that are really going to be challenging. And, you wonder whether maybe an expanded residency program might have been more cost-effective and helpful. But I will say this, though. I'm going to be cautiously optimistic. I don't want to be a person that is totally negative on every little announcement. I can be that way as a critic, Mr. Speaker, but that is part of my role. But I would say that, if this medical school does deliver the results over a period of time, it certainly can play big benefits to Islanders. But I hope it's not just a simple announcement of trying to get by the next election. So you look at 2023, it's an ominous date here, Mr. Speaker. So we know there's going to be an election at that time, and we're not going to know any evidence or proof whether this is possibly going to pay any dividends in health care at all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. What about that, yeah? It's that negativity again.
The Honourable Minister of Education and Lifelong Learning, Minister responsible for the status of women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. October is Women's History Month in Canada. Le mois de l'histoire des femmes au Canada est une occasion de célébrer et de reconnaître les nombreuses réalisations des femmes à l'île et au pays. As Minister responsible for the status of women, I've had the great honor of participating in many events this month showcasing island women, including a celebration of community women in leadership with the Honourable Lieutenant Governor, the Business Women's Association Symposium, partnering with the PEI Coalition for Women in Government on the Commemorating Island Women Leaders Throughout History exhibit at the Confederation Centre of the Arts, and today's unveiling of PEI's Famous 5 photograph, which is now a permanent piece right here in the Legislative Assembly. Women throughout history have been catalysts for change, supporting the vulnerable and advocating for equality. Being a woman in leadership, whether it's in politics, business, academics, or no matter the platform, takes dedication and a passion for change. Now is not the time to slow down, Mr. Speaker. Now is the time to forge ahead, because there is still a lot of work to be done. We can't go back and rewrite history to include more women in leadership. More Indigenous women, more women of color, trans women, women with disabilities, and the many underrepresented women and communities across this province. But we can work for a better tomorrow. I want to acknowledge the many women, mothers, daughters, students, community leaders, professionals, social activists, and many others who have helped shape new opportunities and future possibilities for the next generation. These women didn't set out looking for recognition or to blaze a trail, but they did, and we are certainly grateful for that. We are so fortunate on Prince Edward Island to have strong women leaders such as the Honourable Antoinette Perry, UPEI Chancellor and former Premier Catherine Kalbeck, Lennox Island Chief Darlene Bernard, Chief Public Health Officer Dr. Heather Morrison, my colleague Darlene Compton, Minister of Finance, and members of the official opposition, just to name a few, and there are so many others. Women's History Month is a great opportunity for us to learn from the past, to be inspired for today, and work toward a better tomorrow. Le mois de l'histoire des femmes au Canada est une occasion d'apprendre du passé, d'obtenir de l'inspiration pour le présent, et de travailler pour un avenir meilleur. I look forward to watching our next generation of women leaders continue to help build and shape our province and our nation. Happy Women's History Month, everyone.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just jumping off those comments, happy Women's History Month to everyone. And il y avait tellement de jours où je regardais autour de ce chambre-là et je voyais chaque photographe, c'est un homme. Et maintenant, quand je vois ce photo-là, vraiment, ça crée un environnement qui est chaleureux et accueillant. Et maintenant, quand on a, when we have the young parliamentarians and you know, we've got young youth in our seats, and they're going to look up there and see that, and the young women and those who identify as such are going to be able to see themselves in this room, because that's what that picture does. And honestly, what I just said, for those of you who didn't understand me, this room is automatically, for myself, more welcoming and warmer. And so thank you for that. To some it may just be a picture, but to the women in the room, I think I can speak for all of us when I say that that's history. That's not just a picture, and we see ourselves reflected in there, and that I appreciate that a lot. When we talk about trailblazers, such as which the minister just mentioned, you know, Pat Mella being in there as well. I thought back to, thinking back to an event that was held last week at the Confed Centre to celebrate Women's History Month. And Lieutenant Governor Antoinette Perry stood up and asked us to reflect and think about the trailblazers, the powerhouse women in our lives. And automatically, all of these pictures of these women started to pop into my head. And what all of these women who popped into my head had in common were they're not who you would necessarily look at and consider the fact that they are trailblazers. These are the women who are fighting hard every single day for their cause, for their livelihood, for their well-being. You know, in this province, we've got a lot of single-parent households, and the majority of those are headed by women. The majority of those, a large majority of those, live in poverty. And so these are women who are working hard every single day to make the lives of their children better and to survive. And so these are the trailblazers whose backs we are, you know, we've come from. And so we just can't forget that. I think of the artists. I think of just the women who are here for us and do things for us every day, and they don't get paid for it. So all of the unpaid labor, you know, women are impressive, you know. Not saying that dads and men don't play these roles, but in the large majority, it's women who are some working full-time, raising families, and trying to make everything work. And, you know, at the end of the day, sliding into bed thinking, you know, I haven't had a second to myself today. And you know, so just a reminder that while women, we're here to celebrate them today, and they work hard. If we've got a woman who works hard in our life, let's make sure that we get a little bit of time for her to have a little breath and take some time to herself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Charlottetown West Royalty, third-party House Leader.
Well, thank the Minister for this important statement and announcement today, and it is a very historic day, and it's something that I'll be able to tell my grandchildren, hopefully, that I was here on the day that the Fab Five was brought into this chamber forevermore. 2021 is the theme, Women Making History Now. We recognize the amazing women who are making lasting impacts in our province, especially during the current context of the COVID-19 pandemic, an effort to advance reconciliation through their work and commitment to make our country a better place. Women have long been trailblazers in creating a better, more inclusive and equal Canada. From educators, mental health care providers, doctors, nurses and teachers, scientists, musicians and carpenters, women of all backgrounds continue to act as a powerful agent of change and inspire future generations to fight for an equal world. And I also want to say, recently, members of the BIPOC community and Indigenous community, some were mentioned here today, they're making history too. By a lot of the leaders in those communities are female leaders, and I salute them and stand by them. So thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Mr. Speaker, it's that time of year. Small Business Week is here. This week, October 17th to the 23rd, and every week, we celebrate island entrepreneurs and their staff who make PEI a great place to do business. Mr. Speaker, we all know it hasn't been easy. For almost 2 years now, island businesses have continued to step up to the plate and have continued to comply with evolving COVID-19 protocols and have continued to move forward, all while keeping Islanders safe. Mr. Speaker, small businesses have a big impact on Prince Edward Island, to our communities, our economy, our culture, and our way of life. I ask all members of this Legislative Assembly to join me in recognizing, celebrating, and supporting our island businesses. We thank you for your continued dedication to providing for Islanders and for inspiring the next generation of entrepreneurs with your hard work ethic, passion, and inspiration. Mr. Speaker, let's all take the time to show a little extra support and kindness to our small businesses this week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it has long been known that small businesses are the backbone of our economy. And the pandemic has been hard on business in so many ways, but none more so than our small local businesses. Now more than ever, the inherent, integral value of our small businesses that they bring to our economy overall and for our sustainability and our well-being as a province in unpredictable times has never been more clear. Labor shortages that existed long before the pandemic have been further intensified by the realities of the pandemic on work and life, posing distinct challenges for PEI's small businesses. We have seen evidence that more and more employers are shifting to paying workers a living wage, a benefit for the well-being of individuals, families, and communities, and also for recruiting and retaining workers. We also know that when workers are making a living wage, they are able to recirculate that money by spending it in our small local businesses. It's a win-win. Government must now step up with improved skills training opportunities for Islanders who are pursuing new career paths, including innovative education pathways that allow Islanders to balance education and employment. And government must also work diligently to retain young Islanders, young workers, especially graduates from our post-secondary institutions. We need to recognize that adjusting to the realities of the current labor market can be more challenging for small businesses than the larger businesses and corporations who are competing for the same workers. This government has the opportunity to recognize this disparity and act now to support small businesses to guarantee the success of the island economy in the future, ensure island workers are earning a living wage, and provide initial financial supports to help businesses through this transition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Tignish, Palmer, Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to respond to this ministerial statement on Small Business Week. Small businesses are the heart of our communities, and over the last 2 years they have been faced with many challenges due to COVID-19, and this being Small Business Week, I want to thank them for their enormous contributions to PEI and the sacrifices they have made to help our communities during this difficult time. My own community would not be the same without the businesses that employ many residents and provide essential service to rural Prince Edward Island. They are very generous. They give back to the community in forms of sponsorship of, let's say, teams. They give donations in kind to many different benefits within our community. And it was mentioned earlier, they are the backbone of our economy here on Prince Edward Island. So again this year, we celebrate the resilience and the ingenuity of businesses. And they have adapted to the realities of COVID-19. They play a key role in helping our island communities. So to all islanders, please continue to shop and support local. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Presenting and receiving petitions. Tabling of documents. The honourable member from Larry Inverness, third-party whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by leave of this House, I beg to table a document, a health PEI document listing vacancies as of August 30th, 2021, and I move, seconded by the Charlottetown MLA for Charlottetown West Royalty, that the said document may now receive and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table the letter of intent between the Government of Canada and the Government of Prince Edward Island for a pharmacare demonstration initiative. And I move, seconded by the Minister of Social Development and Housing, that the said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Shall it carry? Reports by committees. Oh, sorry. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, by leave of the House, I beg leave to table the situation, background assessment, and recommendations on pharmacy services cold chain incident. And I move, seconded by the Minister of Social Development and Housing, that said document be now received and do lie on the table.
Seconder? Please second it.
Social Development and Housing.
Okay. Shall it carry? The Honourable Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, please be advised that pursuant to Rule 80K of the Rules of the Legislative Assembly of Prince Edward Island, the following documents were received by the Office of the Clerk and tabled intercessionally since the House last met on May 13th, 2021.
Carry. Shall it carry? Did I miss anyone on tabling the documents? No. Reports by committees. Introduction of government. You do? The Honourable Member from Charlottetown, Winslow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Chair of the Standing Committee on Education and Economic Growth, I beg leave to introduce the report of the said committee on Motion 46, referring Bill Number 19, Temporary Foreign Worker Protection Act, to committee. And I move, seconded by the Honourable Member from Montague-Kilmuir, that the same now be received and do lie on the table. And pursuant to Rule 110.5 of the Rules of the Legislative Assembly of Prince Edward Island, I will be moving the motion for adoption of the report tomorrow, Wednesday, October 20th, 2021.
Shall it carry?
Carried.
Any more reports by the committees? No. Introduction of government bills. The Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be intituled an act to amend the Employment Standards Act Number 2. And I move, seconded by the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition, that the same be now received and read first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill Number 22, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act Number 2, read a first time.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to leave to introduce a bill to be entitled Bill Number 23, an act to amend the Highway Traffic Act, and I move, seconded by the Honourable Premier, that the same be now received and read a first time.
Shall it carry? Explanation, Minister?
Certainly, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, essentially this bill is going to do several things. First and foremost, we're going to be bringing in legislation and regulations around EV bikes and motorized bicycles as well. There's a lot of products coming online, and we want to make sure that if they're accessing and utilizing the trails, that they fit into a specific category. Mr. Speaker, we're also going to be bringing in regulations with regards to allowing blue flashing lamps on snow removal equipment and winter maintenance equipment. And we're also going to make it illegal for individuals, private individuals, to possess a vehicle with markings on it that might depict a police officer's vehicle. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, we're also going to be introducing red light camera systems and photo radar. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bill number 23, an act to amend the Highway Traffic Act, read a first time.
The Honourable Minister of Education, Lifelong Learning, Minister responsible for the status of women.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Winter Wellness Day Act, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance, that the same be now received and read a first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 31, an act to amend the Winter Wellness Day Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
The current act identifies the last Friday in January as the day to observe Winter Wellness Day. This day conflicted with the high school exam schedule. The amendment to this act will change the day for observance to the third Friday in February. The PEI School Calendar Committee, which includes representatives from the PEI Teachers Federation, Home and School Federation, and our educational authorities, is supportive of this amendment.
The Honourable Minister of Transportation Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to leave to introduce a bill to be entitled Bill 24, an act to amend the Highway Traffic Act number 2. And I move, seconded by the Deputy Premier, that the same be now received and read a first time.
Shall carry.
Bill number 24, an act to amend the Highway Traffic Act number 2, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is just bringing in some of the technology that we've been using for some time now into our legislation and regulations around facial recognition.
Do we have another one? Do we have another one, Minister?
Keep going and then...
The Honourable Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Employment Standards Act number 3, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance, that the same now be received and read a first time.
Shall carry.
Bill number 34, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act number 3, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this bill contains technical corrections to the Employment Standards Act, including correcting the reference of the minister responsible for the act and correcting an error in the number of weeks referenced in Section 22(3). This bill also clarifies and extends the availability of bereavement leave for individuals who have experienced a pregnancy loss or stillbirth.
Okay, the Honourable Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Workers' Compensation Act, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Finance, that the same be now received and read a first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 25, an act to amend the Workers' Compensation Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this bill brings enhancements to the annual indexation of WCB extended wage loss benefits, pensions, and survivor benefits. This bill also contains a number of minor changes, including some definition updates, which will bring them in line with other Canadian jurisdictions. As well, this bill removes the exclusion of the construction industry from return to work provisions. Doing so will ensure that workers in the construction industry are treated in the same manner as workers in all other industries. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Minister of Justice, Public Safety and Attorney General.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I beg to leave to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Summary Proceedings Act, and seconded by the Deputy Premier and Minister of Finance, that the same be now received and read the first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 26, an act to amend the Summary Proceedings Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a housekeeping item to update terminology and fix some typos.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Minister of Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to introduce a bill to be entitled Access to Digital Assets Act. I moved and seconded by the Minister of Finance that the same be now received and read the first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 27, Access to Digital Assets Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
This bill is intended to help executors or trustees to access digital records like Facebook of deceased or incapacitated account holders easier.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Minister of Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to leave to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to amend the statute of limitations, and I moved and seconded by the Deputy Premier and Minister of Finance that the same be now received and read the first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 28, an act to amend the statute of limitations, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is intended to remove the limitation period in civil litigation with respect to claims related to sexual assault and battery and sexual misconduct and the assault in certain circumstances. This project responds to one of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls of action and aligns with other statutes of limitations and limitations of legislation in Canada.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Minister of Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to leave to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Business Corporations Act, and I move seconded by the Deputy Premier and Minister of Finance that the same be now received and read the first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 29, an act to amend the Business Corporations Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill amends Section 235 of the Business Corporations Act to give businesses needing to register a one-year extension to be flexible and understanding why they focus on operating their business.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture, Land, Minister of Justice, Public Safety, and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to introduce a bill to be entitled a Class Proceedings Act, and I move seconded by the Minister of Finance and the Deputy Premier that the same be now received and read the first time.
Shall I carry?
Carried. Bill number 36, Class Proceedings Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is intended to establish a regulatory framework of class action litigation in Prince Edward Island.
Thank you, Minister. The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to repeal the Dental Profession Act, and I move, seconded by the Minister of Social Development and Housing, that the same be now received and read a first time.
Shall it carry?
Carried. Bill number 33, an act to repeal the Dental Profession Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
Dental hygienists and dentists are preparing to transition to regulation under the Regulated Health Professions Act. The purpose of this bill is to repeal the Dental Profession Act, which is more than 40 years old, to facilitate the upcoming transition.
Thank you, Minister. Is there any more bills I missed? The Honourable Minister of Transportation Infrastructure?
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to leave to introduce a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Trails Act, Bill number 35, and I move, seconded by the Deputy Premier, that the same be now received and read a first time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 35, an act to amend the Trails Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with this bill, it will fully bring the Trail Act under the responsibility of the Department of Transportation Infrastructure. It also authorizes the Minister of Transportation Infrastructure to designate specific trail crossings, and it will also authorize the appointment of a trail manager.
Thank you, Minister. The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be intituled Pension Plan Transfer Act, and I move seconded by the Honourable Transportation and Infrastructure Minister that the same be now received and read a first time.
Shall carry.
Carried. Bill number 30, Pension Plan Transfer Act, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill will merge the two smaller plans, Education Sector Pension Plan and the MLA Pension Plan, into the larger Public Sector Pension Plan, so that these smaller plans will be more sustainable into the future, attain greater economies of scale, and gain access to modern pension administration systems.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg leave to introduce a bill to be intituled the Loan Act 2021, and I move second by the Honourable Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure that the same be now received and read a first time.
Shall carry.
Bill number 32, Loan Act 2021, read a first time.
Overview, Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Loan Act 2021 will give the province the authority to incur long-term debt should it become necessary.
Thank you, Ministers. Did I miss anyone? Okay, government motions. Orders of the day, government. The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm seeking unanimous consent to proceed to second reading of Bill number 34, which was introduced and read a first time today.
Honourable members, do we have unanimous consent?
Yes.
Honourable Minister, you have unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure that the Bill number 34 be read a second time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 34, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act number 3, read a second time.
Overview? Or no? Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move second by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure that this House do now resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole House to take into consideration the said bill.
Shall it carry? Honourable member from Tignish, Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker, the Chair of the Committee of the Whole, please.
whole House to take into consideration a bill to be entitled an act to amend the Employment Standards Act Number 3. Do all members have a copy of the bill now? Everyone has a copy? Great, we'll proceed forward. A request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted? Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and position for Hansard? Thank you very much and welcome. Minister, would you like to start with just a general statement on the bill's intent?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. This bill contains technical corrections to the Employment Standards Act, including correcting the reference of the minister responsible for the act and correcting an error in the number of weeks referenced in Section 22.3. The section currently references 52 weeks, and this should be 78 weeks to be consistent with other parts of parental leave. This bill also clarifies and extends the availability of bereavement leave. It recognizes that there are individuals and their parents would experience a tremendous amount of grief following a prenatal pregnancy loss or stillbirth. This bill clarifies that bereavement leave is available to an employee who experiences a prenatal pregnancy loss or stillbirth. This bill also provides bereavement leave to the partner or someone who has experienced a prenatal pregnancy loss or stillbirth. Online consultations on a draft version of this bill occurred during August and September of this year. Feedback was received from several organizations, and changes to the language around the bereavement leave was made based on feedback that we received.
Thank you very much, Minister. Is it the pleasure of the committee that the bill be now read clause by clause, or shall we just open it up to questions as a whole? So, questions as a whole. The floor is now open. Are there any questions? Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke.
Thank you, Chair. So just a couple of questions. First, I want to note that this is an important amendment to the legislation. Loss of prenatal pregnancy loss is so difficult for families and individuals, so to recognize that, I think, is really important and allow people space to grieve. I have a question about the definition of spouse or partner. If you could just elaborate on particularly around partner, how is that defined in relation to this act?
We actually haven't defined that in relation to this legislation, and it is not in the Employment Standards Act as it stands. I'm not certain offhand if either of those terms are defined in the Interpretation Act. So I think if they're not defined in the Interpretation Act, then you would go with the everyday, ordinary meaning of those words.
Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke.
Okay. Yeah, that is difficult to sort of wrap my head around, I guess. Where do we draw the line between sort of who can and can't access this if it's not clear in the legislation? I mean, again, I certainly am supportive of these amendments, but that it seems like you might run into some problems. So how would, if someone challenges whether or not they can access bereavement leave under these amendments as a partner, how will it be decided whether or not they qualify? So let's say someone's been, they've been living together for maybe, 6 months, or, I don't know what the situation might be, but they may not fit the definition of a common law partner, but still very much maybe in need of this particular leave or this type of leave. So how would that work?
So I think it's safe to say that we didn't narrow it down to being a common law partner per other definitions that might exist in other legislation, so we would interpret it broadly. Employment standards rules, as they're generally broad interpretations, are given to make the provisions as accessible to as many people as possible. So I'm not expecting that to be a particular issue when it comes to the operation of this provision. If there were concerns down the road, we could always amend the language, but as of right now, I don't expect that to be a problem.
Tyne Valley, Sherbrooke.
And thank you, Patricia, for clarifying that. That's certainly good to hear. Just one last question. So the Employment Standards Act, it was just announced that the start of this review, the review for this act is just about to get underway. And I'm wondering if you could just give us a little bit of an idea of sort of the scope and timeline for that review, since we've got the act open here now.
So the timeline and scope of the review, it is going to roll out over what is essentially a 2-year period, not quite 2 years. Because it's going to be so extensive and in-depth, there'll be 3 parts to how it's rolling out. The first part will deal with onboarding the panel members who were announced last week. Giving them some background information to research, reaching out to stakeholders, and having input from stakeholders during that first round. The panel is then tasked with writing an interim report based on what they hear from those stakeholders. The interim report is expected to lay out a wide range of issues identified relating to employment standards and modernizing the legislation. The next stage will be publishing the interim report and then allowing a several-month period for public feedback on that interim report. We're expecting about 5 months for that process, and then the final report will be due to government after that based on all of the feedback received during both the preliminary stakeholder consultation and that full public consultation phase.
Time Valley Sherbrooke?
That's all.
You're fine.
Chair.
Any other questions? Shall the bill carry? An act to amend the Employment Standards Act number 3. Shall it carry?
I move the enacting clause.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor and the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Prince Edward Island as follows. Shall it carry?
With no amendment. Mr. Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report the bill agreed to do without amendment.
Shall it carry? A bill to be entitled an act to amend the Employment Standards Act number 3. I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the said bill and has agreed to same without amendment. I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking unanimous consent to proceed with the second reading of Bill number 26, which was introduced and read a first time today.
Honourable members, does the Minister have unanimous consent? Honourable Minister, you do have unanimous consent.
Mr. Speaker, I move second by the Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture that the Bill number 26 be read a second time.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Bill number 26, an act to amend the Summary Proceedings Act, read a second time.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move second by the Minister of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture that this House do now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole House to take into consideration the said bill.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Member from Tignish Pomeroy, Deputy Speaker, to chair the Committee of the Whole House, please.
Thank you. This is now in a committee of the whole House to take into consideration a bill to be intituled An Act to Amend the Summary Proceedings Act. Does anyone not have a copy of this bill? Okay, request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted? Granted. Good afternoon and welcome. Would you please state your name and position for Hansard?
Claire Henderson, Director of Family Law and Court Services with the Department of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you and welcome, Claire. Minister, would you like to begin with just a brief statement on the bill's intent?
Yes, Chair. This amendment is a housekeeping item to update the terminology and typos throughout the Act.
Thank you. Is it the pleasure of the committee that the bill be now read clause by clause, or just open it up for general comments?
General comment.
Okay. Floor is now open. Any questions? Shall the bill? Oh, sorry. Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. This will be a quick one. I don't have any questions on it, Minister. I will just say thank you to your department for the briefing on this. It's very straightforward. This just seems like we are making sure that we're clear that justices of the peace are allowed to do certain things and not just judicial justices. So thanks for the clarity on that, and I don't have any questions.
Thank you very much, Member. Shall the bill carry?
Carry.
I move the title.
An Act to Amend the Summary Proceedings Act. Shall it carry?
Carry.
I move the enacting clause.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor and the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Prince Edward Island as follows. Shall it carry?
Carry.
Mr. Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report the bill agreed to without amendment.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
That's the one. House having under consideration the bill to be intituled An Act to Amend the Summary Proceedings Act, I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the said bill and has agreed to same without amendment. I move that the report of the committee be adopted. Long time ago.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking unanimous consent to proceed with the second reading of Bill number 27, which was introduced and read a first time today.
Honourable members, does the Minister have unanimous consent? Yes. Honourable Minister, you have unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move second by the Minister of Transportation Infrastructure that Bill number 27 be now read a second time.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
Bill number 27, Access to Digital Assets Act, read a second time.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move second by the Minister of Transportation Infrastructure that this House do now resolve itself in a committee of the whole House to take into consideration the said bill.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Member from Tignish, Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker to chair the committee of the whole House, please.
Start on the side here.
Committee of the whole House to take into consideration a bill to be entitled Access to Digital Assets Act. A request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted?
Hello, Blair.
Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and position for Hansard?
Blair Barber, Legislative Specialist at the Department of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you very much, Blair, and welcome. Minister, would you like to begin by giving a brief statement on the bill's intent?
Sure. This bill is intended to help executor or trustees access to digital records like Facebook of deceased or incapacitated account holders easier.
Thank you very much. Is it the pleasure of the committee that the bill be now read clause by clause, part by part, or open it up as a whole? Okay, the floor is now open for questions. Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. This is an interesting piece of legislation. I thank the promoter for bringing it forward, and Blair, I'm glad you can be here. I can understand the need for this, particularly at a time where we have such complex digital records now, and there really isn't an easy way to access that, given that a lot of these companies are based out of the US, where there's complicated processes for accessing that information. So I'm just wondering if you could give me a sense of what a person would need to do once this bill is passed to access the digital records, the Facebook accounts of a deceased family member.
Sure. Under Section 7 of the Act, it provides that a fiduciary with the right to access the digital asset can make the request in writing to the service provider, and they include with the request the original order of the court or other document that grants them authority. So it could be a will, it could be a grant of probate, it could be a guardianship or trusteeship order, or they can provide a certified copy. So the original copy or the certified copy. And when they do that, the custodian, the service provider, has 30 days after receipt of the request to provide the information.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. And I suppose my next question is on the reverse side of that. So if an individual had records, Facebook accounts or Twitter accounts, blogs, that they did not want people to be able to access, is the default in legislation now that your will, executor, or guardian would automatically have access to those records?
The general rule, when you have an authorized fiduciary, such as an executor under a will, or the administrator of an estate, or a trustee, or an attorney under a power of attorney, is that they have access to all of the assets of the person who they represent, whose estate they represent, subject to any limitations in the instrument that gives them authority. So it could be the will that gives them the authority. The writer of the will, the testator, could carve out an exception to the authority if they chose to, but the general rule is the executor has access to all of the assets. Similarly, in the service agreement with the service provider, the account holder could specify that they wanted to carve out access. They could prevent access to a fiduciary, but the Act actually provides a specific rule that says the default is that the fiduciary has access unless specific steps are met.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, thanks for that explanation, Blair. That makes a lot of sense to me. So the default is going to be, like any other asset, we will assume that you have access to it unless you have specified that you don't want people to have access to it. Is there an education component that needs to go along with that, since that's sort of a new way of thinking for people? Do they need an opportunity to be made aware that their digital assets will be accessible by their, let's say, will executor?
I think actually what we've seen in the media when we've looked at this issue is that people assume that their trustee or their fiduciary already has the ability to access it. So in terms of education, I do think that lawyers, when they meet with their clients or the court, will become aware of this legislation in terms of that's their practice area. But I don't think that public legal education is a necessary piece for successful implementation of this. That said, I fully expect once the Act is brought into force and we publish proclamation in the Gazette, that there will be a lot of interest in this, because what we have heard, mainly from watching media, actually from other parts of the country, is that family members are having trouble accessing digital assets of family members who have deceased. And it's particularly problematic because it's a simple thing like a cancer diary or family photos, and the password is lost. And so there's not necessarily a lot of monetary value, but there's a lot of personal value. And so what we found is when people become aware that there isn't an easy way to access that information, they get quite upset, and reasonably so. So I think this solves that gap, and I think lawyers and judges will be very much aware of it because it is in their area of practice. So I don't think there needs to be a concerted public education campaign on this, but I would certainly expect there's going to be some attention to it.
Somerset Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. This is my last question. I appreciate that. I'm wondering if you can help me understand how this legislation makes it easier for us to access records that are held in another country.
Sure. The default that applies where the service provider is, it's usually an American service provider. Their law typically provides that American law prevails in terms of access to digital assets, unless the home jurisdiction where the person resides has specific legislation giving them a right. And this particular legislation fits that particular gap. This gap was identified by the Uniform Law Conference, which produced the model legislation on which this is based. And working with experts in the area, they determined that this will provide Canadians, in our case Islanders, with that necessary piece to fit into the American law that usually prevails in the event of an issue over a service provider located in the United States.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you very much, Chair. Have you done a jurisdictional scan? What are other provinces doing? Do they have similar legislation than this?
Sure. So there's model legislation developed by the Uniform Law Conference. Just 1 second here, and I don't have the year with me right now. It was developed by the Uniform Law Conference of Canada. Saskatchewan has passed the same legislation. New Brunswick, I understand, is currently looking at this legislation.
Leader of the third party.
Okay. And this legislation only pertains to digital assets?
That is correct. Access to digital assets.
Leader of the third party.
Yeah, like you're using words like you're a trustee, or what is it that?
A fiduciary.
Pardon me?
A fiduciary?
Yeah.
Yes.
So it just pertains to digital assets. It doesn't pertain to finances or anything like that?
That's correct. So if you think of digital assets, think of electronic records, pictures, writings, drawings, those sorts of things. So the things people will commonly have on their telephone or on their Facebook account.
Leader of the third party.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Shall the bill carry?
I move the title.
Access to Digital Assets Act shall carry.
Carried. I move the enacting clause.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor and the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Prince Edward Island as follows. Shall it carry?
Mr. Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report the bill agreed to without amendment.
Shall it carry? Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, having under consideration a bill to be intituled Access to Digital Assets Act, I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through the said bill and has agreed the same without amendment. I move that the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall I carry? The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking unanimous consent to proceed to second reading of Bill number 28, which was introduced and read a first time today.
Honourable members, does the Minister have unanimous consent? Yes. Honourable Minister, you have unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move second by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure that the bill be read a second time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 28, an act to amend the statute of limitations, that read a second time.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure that this House do now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole House to take into consideration the said bill.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Member from Tignish, Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker to chair the Committee of the Whole House, please.
Oh, sorry, Johnny. Thanks. Whole House to take into consideration a bill to be intituled an act to amend the statute of limitations. A request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted? Would you please state your name and position for Hansard?
Blair Barber, Legislative Specialist, Department of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you very much. Minister, would you like to commence with a general statement on the bill's intent?
Yes. This bill is intended to remove the limitation period in civil litigation with respect to claim related to sexual assault and battery and sexual misconduct and assault in certain circumstances.
Thank you. It's the pleasure of the committee that the bill be now read clause by clause or open it up for general questions. Okay. Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome back, Blair. This is an important piece of legislation, and I'm glad to see it coming forward. I do have a couple of quick questions on this one. So we are going to be getting rid of the statute of limitation on all cases of sexual misconduct, battery, things of this nature. Can I assume that if these charges or allegations have never been tried previously, even if they're old, they would be able to be brought forward now under this new legislation?
That is correct. Under the proposed section 5.1 sub 2, subsection 1, which is the section that removes the limitation period, applies to a claim in respect of an act that occurred before or after the coming into force of the section, regardless of the expiry of any previously applicable limitation period.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. That's how I read it, and that is excellent news. I think this is important. Am I correct that we are the last province to bring forward this change?
We are. There was a bill passed in 1992 that attempted to deal with the subject matter. It wasn't proclaimed in force and quite frankly didn't do it as well as what we're proposing today.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any questions. I'm supportive of this.
Any further questions? Shall the bill carry?
Carry.
I move the title.
An act to amend the statute of limitations. Shall it carry?
I move the enacting clause.
Be it enacted by the Lieutenant Governor in the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Prince Edward Island as follows. Shall it carry?
Mr. Chair, I move that the Speaker take the chair and that the chair report the bill agreed to without amendment.
Shall it carry? Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, having under consideration a bill to be intituled an act to amend the statute of limitations, I beg leave to report that the committee has gone through said bill and has agreed to same without amendment. I move the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking unanimous consent to proceed to the second reading of Bill number 29, which was introduced and read a first time today.
Honourable members, does the Minister have unanimous consent? Yes. Honourable Minister, you have unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation, that Bill number 29 be read a second time.
Shall it carry?
Bill number 29, an act to amend the Business Corporations Act, read a second time.
The Honourable Minister of Finance, Deputy Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the Minister of Transportation and Infrastructure, that this House do now resolve itself into Committee of the Whole House to take into consideration the said bill.
Shall it carry? The Honourable Member from Tignish, Palmer Road, Deputy Speaker to chair the Committee of the Whole House, please.
Committee of the Whole House to take into consideration the bill to be intituled an act to amend the Business Corporations Act. A request has been made to bring a stranger onto the floor. Shall it be granted? Granted.
Curtis?
Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and position for Hansard?
Curtis Toombs, Solicitor, Financial Consumer Services in the Department of Justice and Public Safety.
Thank you very much and welcome. Minister, would you like to begin by giving a brief statement on the bill's intent?
Yes, thank you. Mr. Chair, this bill amends Section 235 of the Business Corporation Act to give businesses needing to register a one-year extension to be flexible understanding while focused on operating their businesses.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure the committee of the bill be now read clause by clause. We're open up for general questions. Okay. Leader of third party.
Could you elaborate on that, Minister? So,
This just gives the businesses more time to register.
so what time do they have right now? 1 year?
Yeah, the current expiry date is May 3rd, 2022. So that's a 3-year period from the time the act came into force, which was May 2019. So the amendment will extend that till May 2023. So it's doing a 1-year, I guess, extension of the 3-year time frame. And the rationale is by May 2022, 2 of the 3 years will predominantly have been during the pandemic. So the 1-year extension will bring it till May 2023.
Leader of the third party.
That's it for now, thanks.
Welcome. Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I thought this was an interesting bill, and I was wondering if you could help me understand what the challenges are with why we need to give this extension to businesses in the first place.
Sure. Right now, businesses are required to complete their filing, which we call a re-registration, but it's a continuance from Companies Act to the new Business Corporations Act, and that requires completing that filing, which is essentially like doing a incorporation process-wise, like information-wise. And right now, there's been about 2,000 re-registrations completed, but there would be approximately 3,500 still that would be required to re-register, or they would be dissolved. As the legislation provides, if you don't complete the re-registration within the 3-year time frame, you are subject to the dissolution clause, similar to a dissolution for a business that doesn't file.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that. So, are we doing any public education around this to try to encourage this additional 3,000 plus businesses to reincorporate if they've missed the first timeline or they're on track to miss the first timeline? I suppose I'm curious what government is doing to ensure that they don't miss the next deadline.
Sure. What we do is each year with your reminder statement, for example, to complete your annual return, there's information included with that. And we also include information on the website with regard to the upcoming deadlines. So, for instance, in this scenario, we're looking to have it confirmed well enough in advance that we can do some of that work to give folks enough time to know that the deadline, when it is. So if we didn't do the extension, we would need to have enough time to make it clear that the deadline is coming in May of 2022. So that's part of the rationale for doing this now as opposed to later prior to the May deadline.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for that. And if you don't have a critical mass of businesses completing it by the new deadline, are you considering further extensions?
The amendment actually does build in some discretion in that regard, in that the Director of Corporations would follow the process that this sets out for the dissolutions, but it provides the Director with the same sort of flexibility now that exists for doing dissolutions. So the Director would have the ability to essentially determine when that would take place as opposed to happening immediately at that time. So yes, I guess would be a short answer to that, long-winded answer.
Summerside Wilmot.
Thank you, Chair. I'm good.
Mermaid Stratford.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Curtis. Good to see you. So I'm just wondering what's different between the former Companies Act and the now Business Corporations Act that would create this, or I'm assuming it wasn't a problem before. So what is new that's creating this issue?
So if you're a Companies Act company, the Act requires that you do the re-registration. So absent extending the deadline, if you are a Companies Act company, you don't complete your registration, you would be dissolved in May of 2022. So the difference now would be that if this proceeded, that extension would move till 2023. And difference-wise, in terms of procedure, I guess, the Companies Act has a dissolution process in it, The VCA has a similar dissolution process. I think the only difference is just one's a 90 days notice from the registry perspective, and the BCA is a 120-day notice. Just the timeline is really the difference.
Okay, honorable members, we're supposed to switch over at 4 o'clock. So I have a few more members that want to speak on this bill. So we will commence this for the day. So.
Mr. Chair, I move the Speaker take the chair and the chair report progress and beg to leave and sit again.
Shall it carry?
Thanks, Curtis.
Mr. Speaker, as Chair of the Committee of the Whole House, having under consideration a bill to be intituled an act to amend the Business Corporations Act, I beg leave to report that the committee has made some progress and begs leave to sit again. I move the report of the committee be adopted.
Shall it carry?
Thank you.
The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford and the opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that motion 15 be now read.
Shall it carry?
The member for Charlottetown Belvedere moves, seconded by the member for Mermaid Stratford, the following motion. Whereas housing availability and affordability is a critical part of provincial economic strength, growth, and recovery. And whereas the Canadian Mortgage and Housing Corporation reported that a 3.8% increase to the average rent for an apartment on PEI, well above the rate of inflation, and the maximum allowable annual increase by the Island Regulatory and Appeals Commission. And whereas house purchase prices have doubled in the last 5 years and increased 20% in the most recent year. And whereas mobile rental vouchers are a band-aid solution to unaffordability and do not increase housing capacity. And whereas unregulated short-term rentals have adversely affected the rental and housing market, especially for low and middle income tenants, first-time homebuyers, and young families. And whereas the province has experienced exceptionally low vacancy rates for the past 3 years, and the speech from the throne acknowledges that much of any recent progress is due to the pandemic. And whereas unavailability of housing makes it more difficult to recruit skilled workers to PEI, including newcomers and healthcare professionals. And whereas rising housing costs reduce Islanders' disposable income and consequently their ability to participate fully in the economy. And whereas government's delay in updating the province's tenancy legislation has left island tenants with fewer protections and placed them at a greater risk. Therefore, be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge government to make significant, immediate, and long-term investment in public housing, including cooperatives, supportive housing, seniors, and family housing, through all available opportunities and partnerships. Therefore, be it further resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge government to take all possible steps to improve and enforce municipal and provincial short-term rental regulations and return housing stock to the long-term market. And therefore, be it further resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge the government to consider taxation policy measures to cool down the housing market. And therefore, be it further resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge government to promote better collaboration and communication between the Department of Social Development and Housing and the Department of Economic Growth, Tourism and Culture to ensure that housing is addressed in a holistic way. And therefore, be it further resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge government to implement and report on clearer performance indicators for the PEI Housing Action Plan and housing initiatives generally. And therefore, be it further resolved that the Legislative Assembly urge government to assign the development of the proposed Residential Tenancy Act to the Department of Social Development and Housing, which has expertise in matters of housing, and to introduce the said legislation without delay.
The honourable member from Charlottetown Belvedere to start debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have risen many times in this House to speak about housing. In fact, this motion was originally tabled in February of this year, Mr. Speaker, and it speaks to how little has changed in our environment, that almost every single one of the clauses in that motion remain as relevant and critical today as they were in February. When we started with this motion, it was to bring to attention how large and complex the housing situation is in PEI, and also how critical it is that we can no longer be the only ones that are standing up in this House speaking about it. Mr. Speaker, housing availability and affordability are a critical part of our provincial economic strength, growth and recovery. That's the opening statement on this motion. And we thought perhaps by starting with that, we could get our colleagues' attention, because we found that talking about seniors sleeping in their cars, or people living in tents, or having to deal with mold, or not being able to afford groceries or medication wasn't working. So maybe if we talk about it from a perspective of economic strength, growth and recovery, then people might sit up and pay attention. Mr. Speaker, the situation with housing in PEI is not new. We've been talking about it for years. The community's been talking about it for years. It's a crisis that's the result of many factors: rapid population increase, slow and expensive construction builds, long-term rentals being switched to Airbnbs, job precarity pre and post-COVID, low wages, low vacancy rates, no meaningful investment or expansion of public housing for more than 20 years. And it is the result of minimal incentive or intervention from either the province or municipalities to provide any legislation that supports tenants as well as landlords, or any leadership to get ahead of the situation as it unfolded like a slow-motion train wreck. The result is that we have one of the lowest vacancy rates in the country and some of the highest prices for rentals and housing. Our rental rates now are equivalent to Toronto and downtown Vancouver. PEI is no longer a low cost of living destination. We have lost that right to advertise ourselves as the place where you can come and retire and live the good life, because you just can't afford to, Mr. Speaker. And on this side of the House, we are hearing about that housing as an issue from every perspective every single day. We are hearing not just about the need for subsidies for seniors and families or for the housing insecure, but how every islander is being affected. And for most, it's not about how it's affecting their investment portfolio. Mr. Speaker, it is not too late to act, but we need bold and decisive action. And that starts with acknowledging that the problem is even real. It is simply impossible to believe that other members in this House don't hear it too, the way that we do. But we've had those conversations in this House. We've had conversations for years in this House that we're making it up or we're exaggerating. And we begin to wonder, who are you talking to? Because we know what we're hearing with the people that we're talking to. And just from within my own caucus today, we can share stories about how housing costs are directly impacting families who have no options or choices. Seniors on the housing list for 5 or 6 years. Seniors who have died before they got called for suitable housing. Family of 5 in a 2-bedroom apartment. Families have had to move 3 times in 18 months and are now thinking of leaving the province because they're never going to find somewhere they can afford. Families with kids living in tents. Social housing tenants living in unsafe, mouldy apartments but who can't move because there is nowhere to go. On this note, right before the Minister of Social Development and Housing was appointed to his current role, he said that people in mouldy apartments could just move somewhere else. Though such comments would normally be disqualifying, I have the floor. I have the floor, Minister. Though such comments would normally be disqualifying, the Premier is seemingly unbothered enough to reward him with the housing gig. In the meantime, rent evictions where the apartment comes back on the market as a short-term rental or at double the previous rent after a coat of paint and some new kitchen hardware are a pretty common story, and those tenants that lived in that apartment before are left with nowhere to go, Mr. Speaker. This government and the previous government have been reluctant to even acknowledge, let alone act, on the housing crisis. The official opposition released our housing framework in summer 2018, Mr. Speaker. We were the only ones speaking about core housing needs, about availability, affordability, suitability, the impact of short-term rentals, rent evictions and illegal rent increases. In December 2018, I stood in his house and I was called a liar, Mr. Speaker, by the Minister at that time for talking about chronic homelessness and islanders living in tents. And a few days later, the government had to open an emergency shelter at a motel, which is still running today, Mr. Speaker, as a permanent part of the housing solution that this government thinks is appropriate. We were the first caucus to call our housing situation what it was, a housing crisis. In fact, our office worked with a national media outlet to ensure the severity of our housing crisis was brought to the forefront. That's not media that we want to be making, Mr. Speaker, but it's the truth. We followed up with our housing strategy in fall of 2019, which emphasized the critical need to significantly invest in public-funded housing. Meanwhile, the previous administration hired Clifford Lee as the Housing Hub's special advisor in June of 2018, and the current administration kept him on. But we have never been able to report on what, if anything, he achieved on that file at an annual salary of $129,000 until he was let go sometime in late 2019, curiously around the time his contract was made public. And during that time, the critical work of policy development, relationship building, and community connections that are necessary to address housing in our province didn't happen. Instead, developers became the loudest voice at the government table. We have to talk about the economics of housing, Mr. Speaker. It's important to understand how an unhealthy housing market adversely affects our economy, and it is right now. We often talk about how we need to grow the economy and pump up the numbers like GDP, but we spend a lot less time talking about the purchasing power of islanders and how money is circulating in our local economy. If you're not hearing about housing, maybe you are hearing from seniors and families who are telling you that they can't afford to live and pay their bills and buy their groceries anymore on what they earn. And housing is a huge part of that story. The PEI Consumer Price Index for September 2020, our back-to-school month, showed that rental costs increased 12% year over year. The most recent data from August 2021 shows rental costs increasing 8%, another year. House prices have doubled in the last 5 years, doubled, and increased 20% just in the past year, Mr. Speaker. In my district, it's $400,000 for a two-bedroom bungalow, Mr. Speaker. I don't think that's a starter home for just about anybody. Affordability for shelter costs, that's housing costs and utilities, should be around 30% of household income as per CMHC. That's always been how it's calculated. We can come up with lots of different ways we'd like to interpret that, Mr. Speaker, but that's what it's supposed to be. And beyond that threshold, the household is having to make spending decisions with less money. They're having to pick. They're having to choose. Newcomers, returning islanders, youth and families are looking to stay and work here, but they cannot because they cannot find anywhere they can afford or that are suitable for their needs. Housing is not an issue for poor people. The people most adversely affected first are the ones with the lowest incomes, who have the least flexibility, who don't have the money in the bank to be able to pay that extra deposit that someone is illegally asking them to pay. But it is not a poor people issue. Maybe we pay attention when it starts affecting people like us. And that's not the right way to make decisions, but maybe that's the only way we can get your attention. What this Conservative government doesn't understand is that putting a social lens on housing is putting an economic lens on housing. Managing our housing situation while trying to preserve or even increase private profit, while failing to prevent and reverse the consolidation of housing into the hands of a few, jeopardizes the foundations of our economy. We would not allow or accept that kind of mismanagement of our food or our water. That's why we have Lands Protection Act and the Water Act. So why do we allow it with shelter, Mr. Speaker? Government cannot say that it is serious about the economy if it is letting the housing market run out of control. It is seriously impeding our ability to attract and retain workers, which is unacceptable when we already have and have had a labour shortage that predated COVID and has only been made worse. It is unacceptable when our economic value proposition was we are an affordable place to live, because we're not. How has this government's inaction and indifference to our housing crisis made our province a more competitive destination for skilled workers and businesses? Stable housing was a hallmark of making it in the middle class, and it is not anymore for islanders. Mr. Speaker, there are so many pieces to do that connect into this housing one, and one that we've talked a lot about in here and in committee is the role of rental supplements, and they are a pillar of that housing action plan, the one that was originally developed by the Liberal government and adopted as is, where is, by this government. Rental supplements, or mobile rental vouchers. They do not create new housing, Mr. Speaker. They just keep people in the housing they have, and everybody should be grateful for that. We are. But do not think for a second that that's creating new housing spaces or addressing systemic issues. Rental supplements are not investments in housing. They're investments in landlords. Not only are rental supplements a key pillar of that housing action plan, but they are frequently misidentified as affordable rental units by members consistently of the Department of Social Development and Housing, who don't seem to be able to understand the fundamental difference between giving money to a landlord and creating a new rental space. This misidentification means that affordable rental units allow government to claim movement on the affordable rental file without actually having to do anything at all except transfer money from one wealthy space to another. The millions of dollars we spend annually on rental vouchers are doing nothing to add housing to our market. They create a terribly precarious dependency for tenants on government without any leverage or power for those tenants to change their circumstances. What do we need to do to actually create affordable housing for that huge space where people have more month than money? The simplest answer is that we need to build new affordable housing. We have done everything. This government and the previous government have done everything they can to avoid building. They have given money to developers, hand over fist. They have incentivized building units that do not have any conditions on them that will work past 10 years or less. They have thrown away the definition of affordable and made it be that the market rent can be determined by the landlord, and the landlord can choose what to charge instead of it being actually allocated to somebody's income and being based on what they can afford. We need to be clear about what affordable housing is, and then we need to provide affordable housing. And this government has chosen instead to leave millions unspent. From the last capital budget alone, millions went unspent in affordable housing. They just did not spend it. And it's not like there is any necessary need, any reason at all why you would say that it wasn't needed. Anything we build at this point, be it 2 units, 5 units, 500 units, is going to help. When we have 485 on the wait list, Mr. Speaker, we are never going to catch up. And I do not want to continually be standing in here and having to explain to my constituents how we weren't able to get them housing in the 5 years they've been waiting because we thought it was better to give that money to developers.
You get your chance.
Mr. Speaker, when we tabled this motion last spring, the new Residential Tenancy Act was expected to be introduced. It's now been delayed again, and we won't be seeing it this fall. It's perhaps not unsurprising that Cabinet, whose individual incomes far surpass the average household income on PEI, are so out of touch with the realities of island tenants. It's unfortunate because in the fall of 2018, if my memory serves, Mr. Speaker, the then Minister of Education wrote to IRAC to initiate a review of this tenancy legislation. It's been more than 1,000 days since then. Sounds a bit like the childcare plan. And island tenants are no better served by this government in that 1,000 days of waiting. In fact, the official opposition has introduced and passed more housing legislation than the government in this Assembly. The new Residential Tenancy Act, if it's not being watered down behind closed doors, would greatly improve the protections available to tenants. It would expand protections against evictions. It would create a right of first refusal for renovated units, and it would provide financial compensation for tenants in certain instances. The new proposed legislation would also make it easier to take enforcement action against landlords who break our housing laws through the implementation of administrative penalties. Right now, Mr. Speaker, there are few consequences for landlords who break the law. They are maybe ordered to pay back illegal rent increases, and over $100,000 has gone back to tenants through the actions of my old department in the last few months alone, Mr. Speaker. But that's not a disincentive against illegally increasing rents. It's a disincentive against getting caught. Under our current laws, government has shown little interest in actually pursuing those landlords who run afoul of the law, whether those are illegal rent increases, unlawful evictions, or even discrimination in housing. In the new legislation, housing as a human right needs to be clearly expressed, Mr. Speaker. It is a basic human need, and that should always trump profit in a caring society. The new legislation needs to include provisions to allow for a rental registry. A rental registry is a critical tool for our province to prevent illegal rental increases, but this government has stalled on it for 18 months now. And a landlord or housing provider, Mr. Speaker, is responsible for making sure tenants' rights are respected and their housing is free from discrimination or harassment, including by other tenants. I hope to see stronger provisions in this legislation to protect tenants, but Mr. Speaker, I am losing hope. This government is following in the path of its predecessor. Talk and no action. I think Islanders have lost trust that government is there to actually help them with housing and is standing by watching as their doors close on the opportunities that they may have ever had to be safe and secure in their housing. Mr. Speaker, as you know, I could go on much longer on housing, but I'm going to stop there because I know that there are some other people in the House that would also like to speak to this motion. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Mermaid Stratford and the Opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm proud to second this motion. I'm fortunate to represent a community, the community of Stratford. It's a true municipal story of how it has blossomed and grown and continues to grow. We are seeing expansions in economic opportunities and an expansion of services. The construction of the new high school and expansion to elementary schools is a sign that more and more people want to live in Stratford and raise their families there. But I'm worried, Mr. Speaker, like many Islanders, about how our communities, are becoming more and more unaffordable and out of reach. Stratford is no exception. There was a story earlier this week about the change in home prices here on Prince Edward Island. In Stratford, the median sale price for a single detached home was $500 short of being $500,000. That's an increase of over $75,000 in just 1 year. Let's put that number in context. According to the 2016 census, the median household income before tax on PEI was $61,163. In 2019, the average annual household expenditure for an island household was $75,249. How do we expect Islanders to manage these growing house prices? Their incomes certainly aren't keeping pace. The market is hot, and you would think that everyone that is involved in the housing market is feeling that, but they're not. In fact, house inspectors have experienced a significant drop in business. People are not requesting a house inspection because as soon as they introduce a condition, chances are they will not actually get the house. This is a dangerous precedent. This leaves new homeowners, often at the top of their budgets because of the state of the housing crisis as it is, often at the top of their budgets and without a home inspection. They are vulnerable to expensive repairs, and they have no idea that those repairs are even going to be needed. And what are we saying to them? Accept that? It's clear that these increases are neither normal nor sustainable. It will price young families out of communities. They want to live in the communities, they want to work in the communities, but we are pricing them out of the communities. We are making them live further away from work. We are putting them in a situation where their kids are having to sit on the school buses for extended amounts of time. It will price out Islanders who are trying to escape domestic violence or abusive households to get a fresh start. And it will price out our younger generations who are already struggling to be retained here in PEI. The lack of government intervention is contributing to this issue. Government needs to look at all the tools in its toolbox to cool the housing market. We are celebrating Small Business Week this week. For every dollar that a renter has to put in that's even more into housing needs is every dollar that is not spent in a small business. When we are paying exorbitant amounts in mortgages, small business owners are struggling because that money is not going into our economy. It's not going to our small business owners. Our small business owners are residents in these communities. And in order to support small businesses, government should be looking at the housing market right now and how they can create more disposable income for islanders in order to be able to spend that in small businesses. That's how you support Small Business Week. Government needs to look at tax measures. This includes a speculation tax to discourage home flipping that raises the price of housing by treating housing as an investment rather than a basic human necessity and right. It includes a vacancy tax to discourage landlords from keeping units vacant in a time of low supply. And any tax revenue generated from these initiatives should be recycled to support the development of new public housing builds. We also need government to introduce measures to give municipalities the ability to implement inclusionary zoning to guarantee the development of more affordable housing. We need government to support municipalities that are looking to regulate short-term rentals to stop the loss of long-term affordable housing from the housing market. We need government to work with municipalities to plan out their needs for the future. And I encourage the Minister for Municipalities to listen, because our mayors, they're concerned about affordability. They want people moving into their communities, but they know that it is just not attainable for many islanders. Finally, a community flourishes when we have an array of citizens living in them. Young people moving out of their parents' homes for the first time. Young families just starting out. Empty nesters that are downsizing for the first time, and seniors living on a fixed income. A community excels when its residents can afford to live there from the time they are born throughout all stages of their lives. We need government to look at affordability, to do everything it can to ensure that the residents of Prince Edward Island are having their needs met. Housing is a basic human right. Unfortunately, it is not a right this government is affording to all islanders. Mr. Speaker, we need this to change. Talking about the economics of housing seems to be the way that we're going to get this government to listen. Now is the time to act, because we've already allowed it to go too far. We've already allowed it to go to the point where our residents and our islanders are no longer able to afford housing. And we're talking to people at the doors every day that are expressing these concerns. They're not necessarily concerned for themselves, but they're scared for their kids. They're concerned for the seniors in their lives. They're concerned for their relatives. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, we need to ensure that government is working on behalf of islanders, not landlords, not investors. They need to be working on behalf of islanders. And Mr. Speaker, that's not something I am seeing right now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I adjourn debate. Seconded by Charlottetown Victoria Park.
Shall it carry?
Carry.
The honourable member from Morel, Donna, the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking unanimous consent to call motion number 54, recognizing the addition of Trikafta to the provincial formulary.
Honourable members, does the member have unanimous consent?
Yes.
Honourable member, you do have unanimous consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I request that motion 54 be now read, sorry.
Shall it carry?
Motion 54, recognizing the addition of Trikafta to the provincial formulary. The honourable member from Charlottetown Winslow moves, seconded by the honourable member from Morel Dona, the following motion. Whereas the medication Trikafta has been demonstrated to have tremendous benefits for individuals living with cystic fibrosis, and whereas the Standing Committee on Health and Social Development received a presentation on Trikafta its importance for Islanders living with cystic fibrosis, and how adding Trikafta to the provincial formulary could make a real difference in the quality of life for people living with cystic fibrosis. And whereas the Standing Committee on Health and Social Development recommended that the province add Trikafta to the provincial formulary in its report to the Assembly in April 2020, and whereas there is a rigorous process involved in the approval of new drugs involving multiple stakeholders and levels of government, and whereas the province has recently announced the addition of Trikafta to the provincial drug formulary, therefore be it resolved that this Assembly recognize the tremendous advocacy work by the community members to make the case for the addition of Trikafta to the provincial drug formulary, and be it further resolved that this Assembly acknowledge the work done by clinicians and officials to assess, review, and advise on the addition of medications to the provincial drug formulary.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Windsor Hall, to start debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, as a member of the Standing Committee on Health and Social Development, I'm pleased to rise today to move this motion. I also appreciate the seconder of the motion bringing this forward during question period earlier today. The addition of Trikafta to the provincial drug formulary will be an important development in the treatment of Islanders who live with cystic fibrosis. I do find, Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Standing Committee of Health and Social Development, it's a very rewarding part of my job because I get to see and get to hear about things that are maybe new to me, but some of the other members may have a lot of experience with. And Trikafta was one of those, Mr. Speaker. A little bit of a background, if there are people that are watching right now that don't know a lot about cystic fibrosis, it is the most common fatal genetic disease affecting young Canadians, and there are over 4,000 Canadians living with cystic fibrosis, or CF, as it's commonly referred sometimes. Cystic fibrosis affects the lungs and the digestive system by way of producing a thick, sticky mucus that clogs the airways and the digestive system. CF can also impact many other organ systems like the reproductive system and the renal system. For people that live with CF, the most common measures of how the disease impacts are impaired lung function and sweat chloride. The mutation in the cells prevents free-flowing chloride around your body, which creates that mucus and other problems. Mr. Speaker, CF is a devastating disease that will claim the lives of almost half of people living with it before they reach the age of 40. In fact, we heard at committee that the median age of Islanders who lost their lives to CF over the last 5 years was 32. And Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned in my greetings today, my wife celebrated her 40th today, and just hearing that number 32, it's quite staggering, and it's hard to believe. In the face of these daunting statistics has come a glimmer of light in Trikafta, a CF medication referred to as a game changer by advocates that we heard at committee. Trikafta is a genetic modulator which treats the underlying cause of CF by fixing the mutated gene in people, thus repairing most of the things that come with having cystic fibrosis. Trikafta fixes the genetic mutation and allows the body to function more normally. Trikafta can see results in as little as 14 days with a lung capacity of 14%, which is a big increase when you consider how CF can so severely degrade your lungs' functions. It can treat 90% of people with cystic fibrosis, which is a huge jump from the reach of other medications for people living with cystic fibrosis. Trikafta is considered to be both a precision medicine by targeting specific genetics and preventative medicine. Greater health outcomes and longer life expectancies could be possible with Trikafta to younger people earlier in their course of the disease. When we did hear from the CF advocates at committee, I was struck by both their passion and the logic of their argument. I'm very pleased to be part of the all-party committee that recommended the addition of Trikafta to the provincial drug formulary. I was even more delighted to see the work done by regulatory authorities to approve Trikafta, which didn't create undue roadblocks during this announcement. I'm sure that all of my colleagues on the committee were pleased to see the progress made in this issue. I can only imagine what it must have felt like for those advocates because their efforts result in positive change. Before I do close, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say that, again, stating that it's very easy sometimes in a committee to sit and listen, but at the same time, while you're listening, you don't know what that person or the presenters are going through. And to me, or to maybe some of the other committee members, again, when you hear those numbers and you hear, it was Hunter Ginden, who the member from Charlottetown Belvedere had referenced in question period as well, and saying little things that, again, might take for granted, having to travel to Nova Scotia and referring to this approval of Trifecta to become an absolute game changer. And I think the other quote too was a lifesaver. And when you think about how important a life is, Mr. Speaker, it's something, again, that I don't know if I grasped it as well as I should have when I heard the presentation, but again, I'm so thankful for this. And it is funny, Mr. Speaker, as I go through the constituency, I hear from a lot of people who have their concerns that they want raised, and they want, can you try to help me resolve this issue? But also, Mr. Speaker, I do have a group of friends, we'll say, that may live in the constituency, that may live outside the constituency. And one thing that a lot of my friends will say to me, and they're like, I don't want to bother you, Mr. Speaker, because I know you're busy, you've got so many things on the go, and you're busy with work, etc. And it was funny because there is a lot of talk. A lot of the different committees, I chair the Education Economic Growth Committee, but I also have the pleasure of sitting on the Health and Social Development Committee. And we get to see a lot of presenters, and it is funny because some of the presentations, I might hear a little bit of feedback, but after the presentation from Hunter Ginden and the call to hopefully push forward the agenda for Trifecta being added to the provincial formulary, people were coming up that normally wouldn't have an issue or normally wouldn't have something, and they would say to me, is there anything that I can do, or what are the next steps to get this added to the provincial formulary? And like I said, that was something new for me, because a lot of times, a lot of the topics that are debated in committee are, just more general in passing, but I actually had friends of mine reaching out directly to me saying, this affects a lot of people. This affects not only our friends, but some of our relatives. And they say, what is it that I can do to help you and your committee and your fellow members in the Legislative Assembly, bring this forward so that it can be top of mind. And like I said, I'm so pleased and I'm so thankful that I was able to sit in on that committee and hear that, and I'm so thankful that it has been added to the provincial formulary. I do want to acknowledge and thank all of the advocates in all the work that they do, because again, a lot of these issues, as I said earlier, I knew what CF was, but I had no idea what Trifecta was. And after hearing it being a game changer and a life changer for some, and when you hear those people that reach out to you directly and say, this can help a family member of mine or can help a friend of mine, you really want to be part of that. So it isn't the full cure for cystic fibrosis, but it is an important step forward, and I do hope that it will make the positive difference in the lives of Islanders living with cystic fibrosis. On that, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for your time. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Morel-Donagh, the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the mover of this motion. It's my delight to be seconding this motion today that I think reflects well on everyone in this chamber. The addition of Trifecta to the provincial drug formulary will be an important development in the treatment of Islanders who live with cystic fibrosis. As I alluded to earlier in question period today, this addition of treatment is a positive step forward, but unfortunately, it's not the end solution for many. For people living with CF, a medication like Trifecta will not have as a big impact on their condition due to the progression of their disease. For some people whose disease has already required them to get lung transplant surgeries, Trifecta will not have the impact that it would have on a patient earlier in their journey. And tragically for some, this comes too late, Mr. Speaker. You would have seen my good friend Sherry Aflack in the front page of the paper this week, Mr. Speaker, who lost her son Luke. And I remember when Luke was born in Mount Stewart, Mr. Speaker, and Sherry telling us, Luke is only expected to live till age 30. And the member from Charlottetown Winslow talked about it. You hear these things, but when it's personal and when you know them, it's so very real. And Luke was very lucky and received a lung transplant in his path, in his journey. And he was able to live a much different life after he got that. I think he was 27. And he was able to live like that for a few years. And unfortunately, he passed away just very recently, Mr. Speaker. And so when Sherry heard this news of Trifecta, she was, as you can understand, so very thrilled, but very traumatizing too, because obviously if this treatment was available to Luke 4 years ago, Luke would be here. So as much as I said in question period, it is a time to celebrate. It's amazing that this is happening, but with it brings a lot of trauma for a lot of people that have had loss, or for those that have had recent lung transplants. She'd shared a story with me about a peer of hers who was also waiting for a transplant, and because of COVID, that transplant was delayed, and they were disappointed at the time. But now they were able to receive a Trikafta, and that has changed their life around, whereas the life expectancy with the lung transplant wasn't as long. So you can just imagine that kind of a feeling too, Mr. Speaker. They had just had a wonderful weekend. The fundraising on behalf of Luke that have happened, many of you would have seen it across PEI. They had 3 simultaneous golf tournaments, what is understood to be the largest fundraising golf tournament ever in Atlantic Canada at the same time. And wonderful where the proceeds are going for that, Mr. Speaker. So I think all that is an important thing to remember in this discussion, that we're celebrating, but also there is trauma involved with it. This disease cuts deeply for people living with it and their loved ones. Going forward, we need to strive to make sure that the proper mental health and other supports are available to those families dealing with loss, the families that have to move to Ontario to be readily available for a lung transplant, for those costs, the current treatments that they have after they have the transplant. Mr. Speaker, I just want to give a credit to Hunter, who came before our standing committee. His passion for the cause, and stepping outside of someone's comfort zone to come into committee and do that is important, and it raised the issue for it. I applaud that courage and dedication, and from all the advocates who make sure that there was a good understanding of what this change could mean in the lives of CF patients. Mr. Speaker, a community group, they came forward to advocate for this policy change, and the government listened, and that's a wonderful thing, Mr. Speaker. I'll conclude my comments there. Thank you.
The honourable member from Charlottetown, Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have to say what great news this was when I heard it. Hunter Gaindo is a constituent of mine, and he had reached out to me, I can't even remember when, reached out to a few of us in our caucus, and so we had the honor of getting to know him and kind of supporting him, and the amount of, I've gotten up here in this house and spoken a few different times on the importance of teaching youth where their power lies in a democracy. And I think that Hunter Gaindo is a really great example of that, an individual who found his voice loud and strong. He had organizations behind him supporting him, community organizations that grew from the grassroots because of this need. One of those being CF Get Loud, which is an organization that supports patients and their networks with gaining access to medications. And so I just want to say this, I think that this is a good example of official opposition and government working together and share with community members to make really positive change for Prince Edward Island. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate this motion being brought forward by the mover and seconder, and the words that have been spoken by all of the members of this House so far. Being an elected representative is an odd job. It comes with many facets. Some of them we perform here in the House, some we perform in our constituencies. And every day is an adventure. You never quite know what's coming. But for me, the most gratifying and the most moving moments that I've had as an elected representative are those where a constituent has brought a concern, and through your work, either directly or indirectly or with other members of this House, you can actually turn that initial conversation, that advocacy, into, in this case, a life-changing decision to include Trikafta in our provincial formulary. And the member from Charlottetown, Victoria Park, excuse me, mentioned Hunter Guindo, and he's one of those people. I remember when I first met him, he came into our office quiet, reserved, eloquent, deliberate, very determined, but in the most gentle way. And I got to know Hunter over the last couple of years through his advocacy in our office and other places, and more recently in his role as chef at the table in New London. Hunter is in his 30s, and as the mover of the motion said in his remarks, the life expectancy for Canadians or anybody with CF is very low. It often takes people in their prime. And Hunter this year won an award as one of the top chefs in Canada through the Globe and Mail. This is a young man who has been nationally recognized for his culinary abilities. He has huge potential. He is currently providing beautiful meals at the table, and he's just a lovely spirit. And the thought that, I mean, we are all dying, I understand that. And none of us knows what our expectancy is, but for those with CF, the idea that you will not be able to fulfill those things that most of us take for granted, I find quite, it's quite literally unimaginable for me. I was at the table on Sunday night, just a couple of days after this announcement was made, and full disclosure, my son is the other chef who works with Hunter at that restaurant, and they've become very tight friends, of course. And as Hunter does, and my son, they come out and they speak to the people who are in the restaurant. It's a lovely facility, and if any of you have an opportunity, they actually close the final night of their year, so they're closed for this season. But it's a very special place, and Hunter particularly has a love for food, and he has a love for the people that he is serving. I want to acknowledge, and the two operative clauses in this motion talk about recognizing the tremendous advocacy work by community members, and Hunter is not the only one who's been doing this, there are others. But I do want to particularly point out Hunter because of my personal relationship with him, and because he really did spearhead this year on Prince Edward Island. The second operative clause talks about acknowledging the work done by clinicians and officials, and I want to particularly mention the Minister of Health. I thank you deeply for the work that your department has done to include this life-saving, life-changing medication in the formulary. This is it's a lovely moment as an MLA to watch that journey from distressed constituent to successful advocacy, and in this case, life-changing decisions by government. So thank you, Hunter. Thank you, Minister. Thank you for everybody in this House who was part of the journey to making Trikafta available for the 20 or so islanders who suffer from CF. And it's just, we have some lovely moments in this House, and this is one of them. So thank you for moving this motion, and thank you for time to speak to it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Charlottetown West Royalty and the opposition House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to rise to kind of say that this is an important motion, and it was a great pleasure to have Hunter in the standing committee, and he spoke so eloquently, and he did such a good job, and it was a pleasure to be part of that committee that had some influence on this. And I want to thank the minister too as well for making sure that this happened quickly. He said it was going to, and it happened as quickly as the system could allow it. So thank you. And I can't help but think about a friend of mine. The minister was in a picture with Sherry Carmichael about this, and her daughter's Josie, and I've had the privilege of teaching fitness classes for a very long time, and she was there for the last 10 or 12 years. She brought Josie to the classes. I remember when she found out, and she expressed what Josie had and the battle that she was going to face. And when we think about this, when we do things in here, we have to remember that this child was so happy, and she was going to face such a difficult road ahead. Her mom was ready, her family was ready, but this is why we're doing it, and this is going to give Josie a chance and to make sure that she lives a great, healthy life. And we can't forget about those things and about the people behind these decisions that we're making. As well, the people that maybe will not qualify for the drug. We have to understand what it's like to have CF, the physiotherapy alone, around just not working, not doing whatever, just staying alive and trying to make your lungs work the way they're supposed to, that aren't functioning properly. We have to make sure that the community supports that, and we have good advocates to do that. So make sure that, you know, those supports are there, doctor supports are there, and organ donation becomes an issue that we have to start to talk about as well, because that's very important. So this is a very important motion, and I appreciate it, and I just appreciate the time, Mr. Speaker, to speak to this. Thank you.
The honourable member from Mermaid Stratford, the opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, and I'll keep my remarks brief. I also would like to congratulate all those advocates that worked so diligently and worked so hard to make this happen. Without advocacy, without people finding their power and their strength to stand up and work towards what's right, and continuing to do that, because sometimes advocacy work feels like nobody's listening. And then all of a sudden you get a beautiful outcome like this is. And I do commend the minister and the announcement of including this drug in the provincial formulary. But I would be remiss to mention that there are many other islanders who don't have access to drugs because we have an underfunded provincial drug formulary. And I hope that the advocacy work and the passion that we all feel towards what Hunter and all the advocates for Trikafta have done today makes us realize this is a reality that should happen for all islanders who need drugs to have quality and dignity to live their lives fully and as long as they possibly can. So with that, I will say congratulations to the advocates. I would say congratulations to Hunter and thank you, as well as the minister. And I really do hope that this moment, we take it forward with us and realize that we can create this success and this win, I'll call it, for other islanders too, if we remember the feeling that we have in this room today, because at the end of the day, it is about islanders, it's about their health, and it's about just giving them the basic needs that they have to live a long, very fulfilled life. Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Health and Wellness.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for bringing this motion forward. You know, in this position, in all of our positions in here, there are days, lots of great days, but then there are some fantastic days. And I think back to since when I did come in as Minister of Health and Wellness, two of the most fantastic days for me was when I was able to announce Hemlibra being funded as a province, when we had pushed other jurisdictions for the approval and ultimately having Hemlibra added to the Canadian Blood Services formulary. And last Friday, when we were able to finally announce that Trikafta was going to be funded. And I give so much credit to all of the ones who have advocated for it. Certainly Hunter's name has been raised here a number of times this afternoon. The Carmichaels as well. And to have that experience of having the lead-up conversations, knowing how passionate that they were about it. And I think until you're in the positions that we are in, you don't really grasp how much of an impact that this potentially is going to have and will have on their day-to-day lives, but also on how many days that those lives are going to entail, basically. But again, thinking back, the first meeting that I had with Hunter a number of months ago, and then the process that I became familiar with, that the evaluation of any drug has to go through, Canadian Association of Drugs and Therapeutics and Health, then PCPA, and then back down to the province, that it does take time. And monitoring it every step of the way, staff monitoring it every step of the way, and the advocates doing the very same thing, Mr. Speaker. So it was just such a pleasure to be able to meet with the Carmichaels, to meet with Hunter, to make a couple of other calls there last Friday, and just the excitement, the response, the excitement, I guess, is maybe as good a word as any, that they showed and that they felt, and the appreciation. The last thing too, Mr. Speaker, that I really do want to acknowledge is the great work of the staff at Health and Wellness. They kept on top of this. A couple of ones, I'm not sure if we're supposed to name names, Mr. Speaker, and if I'm not, you give me the thumbs down or something. But Laurie Elvis, okay, you gave it. Two workers, though, 2 employees in Health and Wellness.
I thought it was going to be
And
members.
just a tremendous job that they did in making sure that...
I thought you meant members.
No. Yeah, he gave, okay, yeah. No, Laurie Elvis and Marcia Cusack just went above and beyond on this, on so many other drugs, and went above and beyond with regard to working on Hemlibra as well. So, Mr. Speaker, again, it certainly has been a pleasure to be able to get up to speak to this motion. And member had said, too, that, you know, we see drugs such as Trikafta, we see drugs such as Hemlibra, oncology drugs, drugs for other rare diseases. And I'd referenced earlier this afternoon when in tabling of documents, the letter of intent between the province of Prince Edward Island and the government of Canada. And this is a step in the right direction as we move forward to be able to provide islanders with the drug coverage that all of us, I know, in here want them to have. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to the motion? If not, I'll go back to the mover of the motion, the honourable member from Charlottetown, Winslow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank all the members that did speak so passionately on this. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will close debate. Call the question.
Honourable members, the question has been called. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. All those opposed the motion, please raise your hand. Honourable member, your motion passed unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nobody will help me, Howard. The honourable member from, honourable members, the hour has been called. The honourable member from Morel, Donna, and the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member from Montague Kilmere and the Government Whip, that this House do adjourn until Wednesday, October 20th at 1 o'clock in the PM.
Shall carry. Enjoy your evening, members.